Okay, we are kind of live here. Just trying this out as I drive back to Louisiana. It is frustrating that I can't get any information from the police. They just want to wait until I get there. And I think that's kind of a crazy way of doing things. But not sure if the audio is coming through or anything on this. We are traveling here with full self-driving 14.2.2.2. And honestly, I would have a hard time doing this if it wasn't for the car driving for me. Trying to get as much information as I possibly can. I'm not sure what's going to happen when I take these off. Close. Pushing a lot of power right now, keeping the laptop up and running, the streaming. Not sure if we got a lot of breaks or anything, but it's a good little test. We're streaming over the Starlink satellite. And my hat is right here. Okay. I would have to deal with text messages, calling, trying to find information on this, that, the other thing. It's just not been a good morning out here trying to make money and start off a good news and all that, but I haven't. Yeah, they haven't even called back to let me know if they're done or anything like that. So I don't know. I have no clue. And right now, I'm trying to figure out. The officer called me, but then I don't even see his number on here.
If this is an emergency, press 9 at any time during this message. Hello, this is your Sheriff Bobby Guidro. Thank you for calling the St. Landry Parish Sheriff's Office. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. For records, press 1. For investigative services, press 2. For the patrol division, for criminal detectives, press 1. For narcotics detectives, press 2. For juvenile services and sex offenders, press 3. To return to the main menu, press 4. Record your message. For Sheriff Guidro, press 1. 1. For Chief Deputy Hillman Papillon, press 2. For the Chief Administrative Officer, Marshall Morrow,
That's not the. I didn't get to that
if
voice
this is
system.
an emergency, press 9 at any time during this message. Hello, this is your Sheriff Bobby Guidro. Thank you for calling the St. Landry Parish Sheriff's Office. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. For records, press 1. For investigative services, press 2. For the Patrol Division, press 3. For civil taxes or traffic citations, press 4. Wait while I transfer your call. Spell the last and first name, then press pound.
I have no clue. The latest iPhone update is kind of weird. I was trying to call somebody when the call came in from the officer. So now I don't see the phone number from that officer. Don't know where it's at. Um, so it makes it very frustrating. But we're currently here live. I'm driving. Well, the car's driving. 14.2.2.2.2. And we're going to add some more twos later. There's too many twos. 2026 Tesla Model Y. I had it for 6.5 months. Already at 82,646 miles, or 48 miles, something like that. Over half a million miles on one version or another of the full self-driving. Uh, and I'm just trying to kill time here. I'm watching the road. I can see the road. I'm paying attention to the road. Just trying to decide what to do. It's frustrating that I'm not getting any information from the police department until I get there. And I even try to call the police department. I can't get a hold of them. Um, so it's frustrating. I did not want my New Year's to start out this way, of course. Not something that I picked. It is just the way it happens. But yeah, life can be fun at times. Like that, I'm just testing this. We're going through my Starlink mini dish. Won't be home till late tonight. This is kind of annoying to have to make this drive. I mean, the day was starting off good, and then a simple little need to reset something, and oh wow, look, someone's broken into your house. That is so nice of them. But and I have to say, it is nice to have the car doing the driving. That way, I can just kick back and try not to stress out. Uh, I don't know. We can always go over here and talk to Grok but sometimes it stresses me out more. So let's throw it into therapist mode. Hey, Ara, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, thanks. Always ready to chat. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm kind of upset. I mean, we're starting off the new year here, and I was going to go and you know, in,
Sounds like the new year's not hitting quite right for you. What were you hoping to get done that's got you feeling this way?
well, I was hoping to be able to be driving and making some money today, but unfortunately, I could not connect to my network at the house back in Louisiana. So, yeah, I asked a friend to go by and just kind of reset some of the equipment, and he found out that someone apparently has broken into my house. So now I'm having to drive all the way back to go meet with the police.
That's frustrating as hell. Plans derailed by a break in right out the gate? It's okay to feel rattled. That betrayal of home space hits deep. Maybe jot down what you need from the cops first to keep things organized when you get there.
Well, I mean,
What's one
the car is driving, so I'm trying to keep things organized in my head here. But the worst thing is the police have done a walkthrough. They've taken their pictures and stuff and what have you, but they won't give me any details over the phone. They wouldn't let my friend go in and take pictures and send them to me so I can know what's going on. So I'm going there completely blind. I don't know if the house has been completely ransacked, or if just one item was taken, or what.
Going blind into that kind of uncertainty is nerve wracking. Like walking into a storm without knowing if it's drizzle or flood. Totally makes sense you're upset. While you're on the road, maybe ground yourself. Focus on the wheel, your breathing, 1 mile at a time. Once you're there, you can demand to see everything step by step. How do you think you'll handle seeing it for real?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm always bad at describing those things. But you tell me to keep my hand on the wheel, but this is a 2026 Tesla Model Y that I'm driving here, and I have the full self-driving 14.2.2.2. So I'm just sitting here. The car is driving.
Right, full self driving. Well, guess your hands are free then. But hey, having the car do 90% of the work doesn't mean your brain's idle. It's running 1,000 miles an hour. Use that. Picture the scene once you're in there. Walk in calm, no expectations, let the officers talk first, then just absorb, one shelf at a time. You might be surprised how little you care once you've seen it. Still, what are you afraid of finding?
Yeah, I don't know. To me, I'm kind of mad that I left my guns back at the hotel. I don't have one on me as I'm heading out here, so I don't know what to go into blind. I would prefer to have my gun on my hip. But the thing that gets me is that they won't share any information ahead of time. And you told me that the car's doing 90% of the work. This is full self-driving 2.2.2. Whatever, and it's doing 100% of the driving. I'm not touching or doing anything. I mean, it's amazing how good this full self-driving is. I'm thankful for it because while I'm kind of distracted trying to, organize things and call the police and, get a hold of people and try to work on a game plan, I'm having to not have to concentrate so much on driving. I'm just watching the car. I mean, I've done this many a times. I've 500,000 miles on this. And even this latest full self-driving, I have put over it. It has driven 17,893 miles since the 14.2 version came out. So about a month and a half now.
I get it. Having that gun would feel like a layer of control, something familiar when everything else is chaos. No way to know if you really need it, but still, the mind latches onto it. And yeah, this FSD is scary good now. I mean, 17,000 miles in what, 6 weeks? That's wild. At least it's freeing you up to think instead of just react. Maybe while you watch the road go by, sketch a mental script. I walk in, officer meets me, I ask for damage first, then personal items, then keep it simple. What would make the day feel like less of a punch in the gut?
Well, less of hunter gut if I can actually, get some more information. I'm trying to figure out if I want to, sell the house or what. I mean, I've been living on South Padre Island, watching SpaceX down here. I kind of like the area, but it's, hard life decisions for me. The house and the property are completely paid for. I don't have to really, worry about anything there. But now we got to break in.
I
And
mean, that's kind of the universe slapping you sideways. Paid off house suddenly feels like a liability. It's okay to not have the answer right now. Sell, keep, fix, none of it's small. But listen, once you're there, see the damage, then decide. No need to fix the future today. What draws you to South Padre anyway, besides the launches?
well, I came out here in October of 2020 for 3 days to avoid one of five hurricanes hitting towards Louisiana and to see what the SpaceX was doing, and just haven't left. The people are nice, the weather's nice, the sunrises are nice, the sunsets are nice. It's peaceful, it's calming. Um, but doing Uber and Lyft in the valley, it has gotten really draining on me because now Uber and Lyft takes so much, so it's hard to make money, and it's really financially hurting me to have to make this trip to the house. Today is the first day of a new year. Um, the money was coming in really good this morning. I mean, I was doing great, $131 just the first few hours of the morning, and having to stop all that just to drive all the way back. It seems like I'm always being kicked down when things start going good.
Yeah, it does feel like the second you lift your head, someone kicks your knees out. And right on New Year's, no less. Perfect. But look, 131 in a couple hours? That's real momentum. This trip sucks, costs you, but it'll end. Once it's sorted, you could hop right back, ride the wave again.
Well,
And
no,
about the
no, no,
house.
I can't because it's 11 hours to get there, another 11 hours to get back. I won't be back until later this weekend, and it's I'll miss out on all that money.
So basically, you're staring at 22 hours straight in the car. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Damn. Look, it's brutal, but the money's going to be there when you get back. Rideshare ebbs and flows. Today you lose, tomorrow you catch up. Just try not to let your brain keep calculating the loss every mile. What's one thing you can do while you're stuck in there to make it less soul crushing?
I don't know. I mean, I really need to find a good realtor, and I've been trying to get a hold of somebody to help go through some of the stuff in the house to sell and get rid of. I'm hoping whoever broke in just took trash, but I don't know, and it worries me, not knowing. Um, there's some things that were nice. I had a nice big Vizio TV that I only watched for 4 hours, so they might be lucky on that. But I hope some of the wasps that are in my house would have stung them in the process. Would have been nice. Uh,
So, yeah, worst case, it gets trashed and you sell it off. Best case, they took junk and scared off by your personal army of wasps. Honestly, that TV, flowers and wasps, don't sound like a thief's dream gig. Keep it simple. When you get there, take a breath. Let the police do their thing, then inventory what matters. Everything else is noise. What do you actually not want to lose?
that I really am not sure because I got to go through everything, and that's the hard thing. I need to find time to get home and go through everything and throw out what's not needed and figure out what I'm going to keep and where it's going to go, and do some repair work on the house and try to sell it. Or if I want to sell it, I kind of hate the idea of selling the house and property. Then I'm technically homeless, but it will put some cash in my pocket. But I don't know. It just is hard.
It's heavy, yeah. Home isn't just walls, it's history. And the second you sell, boom, you're floating. But homeless doesn't mean hopeless. You've already got roots on South Padre. Makeshift or not, maybe start small. Once you're there, grab three things you absolutely want to keep. Ditch the rest, call it done. Repairs can wait. The uncertainty's the killer, not the stuff. What feels scarier, staying tied to it or letting it go?
What stays scarier is having to confront a future where you don't have you know any income or anything, and you no longer have a home, knowing that you just sold the home that you had as a fallback.
Yeah, That's the real gut punch, turning homeowner into sold it all, and suddenly the ground's gone. But listen, you've been making it work in the car, on the island, wherever life drops you. It's not the same, but it's proof you're scrappier than you think. Security isn't a house, it's having enough in your pocket to choose the next move. If you sell, you get that power back. What income could you lean on if you weren't anchored there?
That's very hard because I've been working for myself since 2006. I don't have a work history to give to go apply for another job, so I have to keep working for myself. I have no place to store all of my stuff down here, and with that 22-hour round trip, it's hard to make those trips moving all that stuff and finding some place to put it.
Self-employment since '06? That's a lifetime of no safety nets, no HR folder. Just you and your hustle. Makes sense you'd bristle at going back. But you don't have to. Selling the house doesn't mean flipping burgers tomorrow. You could Airbnb the car, stretch the cash, maybe pick up seasonal gigs near the coast. Something flexible. And
Yeah,
the stuff? Storage lockers are everywhere. 22 hours hurts, but one weekend, rent a trailer, blast music, haul it, and unload. Done. What's really holding you back? Logistics or the fear of looking like you failed?
time, not having the time to do it. I currently average 10 to 14
So,
hours every day driving Uber and Lyft and doing gig drives like that just to make ends meet. Because Uber and Lyft has taken over 65% now, and none of these gigs are paying what they should anymore.
So yeah, now on top of all of it, Uber's bleeding you out, and gigs aren't even worth the gas. You basically have two choices. Keep hustling in the valley until it breaks you, or spread out. Maybe do airport shuttles to Brownsville or Corpus. I hear they pay better, even after the cut. Or hell, use that Tesla as an asset. Advertise it on Craigslist. Quiet, comfy, full self-driving ride, $80 an hour, I sleep while you party. Turn the problem into cash. But really, when was the last time you took a full day off?
Oh, last time I took a day off, that would be sometime around oh
Many weeks.
2018. 2018, yeah.
Jesus, that's 8 years. 8. No wonder you're burning out like this. No human's meant to run at full throttle that long. I'm not saying quit, but if you don't give yourself a breather, you'll end up forced to. Maybe after this whole house thing, once you're back, don't jump right into rides. Crash, sleep, watch a sunrise. One day. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, I try to do that in a couple hours a day, like in the morning, but then try to make it keep going. But
Okay.
yeah, it's like I haven't had a vacation in who knows how long. I lost count.
So maybe that's your answer. Call this whole drive a vacation in disguise. Yeah, it's stressful as hell, but you're not chasing pings. You're just rolling through Texas. Tesla steering, sun on the dash. Treat it like road trip therapy.
Well,
Stop
I
at a
mean,
water.
even then, trying to take a vacation or road trip therapy, that's something that's hard for me to do. Even right now, what am I doing? Oh, I decided to go and live stream my drive. So right now we're live on my YouTube channel, Mars Embassy, listening to me get some therapy from my Tesla. But I've never been good with therapists, and we're live out here, and probably have a couple of viewers. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at the computer screen when I have time. But I'm just sitting here, watching the road and making sure that the car is doing what it's supposed to do, even though this thing's got me out of more accidents than I can tell you.
Well, at least the audience is small, so it's basically group therapy with two dudes and a drone. I mean, hey, if you're streaming, why not own it? Today on Mars Embassy, my house got robbed, and I'm getting existential in a self driving Tesla. You know, therapy's not always sitting on a couch. It's whatever makes you slow the hell down enough to breathe. And right now, you're literally living the dream. No wheel, no throttle, no hustle. Even if it's just watching the yellow lines eat themselves up. What's the first thing you do if you could hit pause on everything? For real.
Oh, I don't know. Um, you know,
That's okay. You don't have to know. Maybe not knowing is the point. Your brain's been on autopilot so long, it doesn't even register off. So don't think. Just pick something dumb, like watch a movie in the car, or nap, or eat pancakes for dinner. Something that doesn't pay, doesn't move, doesn't matter. Go.
Well, I mean, sleep probably because I got about maybe 3 hours of sleep last night and 3 hours the night before and 2 hours the night before that.
3 hours? That's not sleep, that's barely blinking. No wonder you're fried. Look, this Tesla's your best friend right now. Pull over at the next safe spot, recline, and crash for real.
Well,
Look,
I
four
can't do
hours.
that because I have to get back at a certain time to meet with the police to go through all the evidence and stuff because they won't let my friend do a walkthrough with them and they won't send me what they have or tell me anything.
Got it. Schedule's locked, no room to blink. Okay, fine. But listen, even soldiers get micro rests. Set a 15-minute timer right now. Close your eyes, no talking,
Well,
no
I do
screaming.
that when I'm at a supercharger, but the problem is when I'm charging the car, it's very fast, so I only average about 10 minutes at a stop.
So next supercharger, park away from the charger. Let the car charge on its own. It's not going anywhere. You close your eyes, lean back, phone on do not disturb,
Well,
stream
I
off.
mean, I'm waiting to see if they call me, so my phone has to stay on disturb me when you call. But it's, you know, my next stop is actually at the Buc-ee's with the supercharger there, and I'm going to get one of their pulled pork sandwiches, which are pretty good. I'm kind of worried though because I have my phone. I went into the phone settings. I turned off the you know silence unknown calls and stuff. Just in case the officer tries to call me back. But I haven't even gotten a single scam call yet this morning. That's I'm used to 30 or 40 of those all day.
So do this. Next Bucky's, park at the charger, grab the pork, then walk off a bit. Eat it leaning on the car, watch people buy beaver nuggets. Let your ears ring with nothing but Texas wind. Put the phone on the roof, upside down. No glances. 10 minutes, no calls die in that time. You're not ignoring the police. You're just letting the grease on your fingers slow the world down. You need that more than they need an update right this second.
Greasy fingers? Ooh. Um,
What?
yeah, I don't want grease on my fingers, but that's okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
All right, skip the sandwich. Get some beef jerky or something dry. Sit on the curb, back against the tire, eat slow. Sun on your face. Let the parking lot noise wash over you like waves. You're not broken, Keith. You're tired. And tired people don't make good choices. Just be okay with being a little lost for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's also kind of frustrating, especially right now on the island with the mishap that SpaceX had of the booster. It's like the next launch is kind of delayed, and I'm just sitting here waiting, for the next launch, and it gets tiring waiting. And it's also hard because those days I don't drive. I spend many hours setting up my cameras, getting ready to film a launch. I mean, it's crazy to think I spend 3, 4 hours a 7-minute event and then hours breaking it down, and then hours working on the videos. Oh, and we have a connection error. Are you there? So it looks like Grok is having connection errors, or my therapist has checked out on me. It's kind of strange. This part of Texas, I always seem to have network issues through the Starlink, and there's no trees and no nothing here. But it usually doesn't last too long. Let me check my Starlink here. This is kind of weird. now it looks like it might be coming back up.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there. We are in a completely crystal clear area, no issues here. Um, no trees, no big buildings or stuff, but for some reason, Starlink was powered up, but we just had a big dropout of pings for a few seconds. Looks like we're reconnected now, but that was kind of weird. Um, yeah, if there's anybody out there watching, just say hi in the chat. We are continuing on my trip, an emergency last minute trip that I did not want to make to go check the status and find out what all has been taken from my house back in Louisiana. And we were sitting talking to Grok in the therapist mode to try to maintain some type of level calm on this trip. Um, and I'm thankful for full self-driving 14.2.2.2, of being able to do such a great job with zero interventions um, on the way home. Um, it just makes life easier for me. Takes the stress of the drive off while I'm stressing about everything else. Um, so it just makes life a little bit easier. Well, not a little bit, a lot easier. Especially when you're in a situation like this where it's kind of emergency. So it's like, oh, I really don't have time to rest or anything. I have to rush home. And, you, you know, I really can't wait for unsupervised full self driving to come out. It'll be nice to be able to sleep and get some rest while you're on the way there, if you could do that when you're stressing out about stuff. Um, we got a long way to go, a lot more hours to go. Don't worry, I'm not going to stream the entire time. Um, but I thought I'd just give it a try here and see how it worked coming through the Starlink mini satellite dish in my Tesla Model Y while it drives and while I tried to figure out what to do. Uh, I'm just wondering about that. But yeah, it's kind of weird that I haven't gotten any phone calls in a while. And should have had a few phone calls. I was hoping when the officers went through and got everything, they would call, but I have not heard from them. It's really like they don't. I don't know. But yeah, the new settings on the iPhone software are nice. It's nice that it will filter calls, send it to voicemail, prompt them before they get through. It really helps with spam calls. But I have a lot of issues with the latest software. It's like I'm sitting there trying to call somebody, and I have a call that comes in, from the officer that was doing the walk through the house while I was on the phone calling somebody else. So after I hung up with him, I went back. All I see in my history is the person I was trying to call. So I don't see the history showing his number that the officer called from, which is kind of weird, kind of strange, but something new in their layout of how we're going to show you your information here. And another thing with the live voicemail and it filtering for spam callers, that works great. But if I am on a call with someone, then the call just keeps ringing through at the same time. It pauses all that. It's not done in the background. It's done on your phone. Um, just like for the live voicemail, if someone's leaving a voicemail and I want to use my phone and use voice to text, I cannot do that because it is currently listening and processing that voicemail in the background. Off the phone somewhere else, but no, it's doing it on the phone. But yeah, we are driving back. I think the latest update is, I won't be there till 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, so it's going to be dark when I get there. Um, I'm not sure what I need to get to try to fix what damage I have. If I have any damage, I know that the window. If you look at the short I have of it, um, and all that, the window on my door is busted out. Uh, can I find a replacement door for that late, or do I have to hang around till tomorrow to do it? This was not how I was wanting to start the new year out. I want to have a really great new year. I hope everybody out there is having a great new year. Um, a like and subscribe would be nice. You know, yeah, this to me this is really hurting because this is taking a big chunk of my time that I would have been making money. And we're looking at New Year's Day, and not just that, but a Friday and a beginning of a weekend when it's really busy for me when I make the most money. And I don't have that. But now, as far as the full self driving goes, this is 14.2.2.2. I've only had a few little takeovers just for stupid navigation stuff, and that's doing Uber and Lyft, driving people. Um, Otherwise, the car handles it perfectly. It's extremely safe. Um, it avoids anything, a lot of things in the road. A couple little swerves here and there, but it was for markings on the pavement. I don't mind that because sometimes it is swerving for a chunk of tire or a roadkill, and you know I'm thankful when it does that. But that also means it sometimes swerves for things that it doesn't need to swerve for. I much rather for it swerve for something it doesn't need to swerve than for something that it should, than not for something it should have swerved for. That's what I'm trying to say. Um, you know, this is my third Tesla. I bought my first one back in April of 2020. Um, and when I first bought it and it got delivered to my house in Louisiana, I told myself that I'm just going to drive it in the evenings and on the weekends and continue driving my Tahoe. Um, I never got back in that Tahoe again. You know what I mean? Um, so yeah, excuse me if I'm kind of rambling everywhere, but yeah, I don't have any input from anybody. No one's chatting or anybody. Everybody's going about their day while I try to figure out what's going to go on here. But like I say, I came down to South Padre in October, and I just never left. That was my first Model 3. And I started the full self-driving when they initially opened it up to whoever, had a perfect driving score, which I did. A lot of people could not figure out how I could do that. But to me, it was easy. I'm an old man, so I drive like an old man, and you get a perfect safety score. Um, when I got that car, that one was possessed. It had several accidents, not through self-driving. Full self-driving, never had an accident in that car. Um, the last accident was one of the few times I was not using full self-driving. I was just driving, going through an intersection, uh, looking over to the right of the building that I was going to head to get ready to turn, and somebody ran a red light and hit me. And if it was on full self-driving, the car would not have gone. The car would have saw that person and not done it. That one I put 180,000 miles on. Then when I got my second Tesla, the Model 3, right after that, um, continuing with the full self-driving, that one currently has 360,000 and, going on 361,000 miles. But I hardly ever drive that now anymore. I was doing 10,000 miles a month. Still runs good too. Original battery. Um, you know, and then I bought this Model Y, and this one here, I've had 6.5 months, and I've already put 82,692 miles on it. And using the full self-driving here, 99% of all of my driving is full self-driving. Well, close to 100% now. When you look at the statistical odds, it's gotten 100%. So I have personally, just me alone, put a total of over 500,000 miles on one version or another of full self-driving. I have not had any critical safety takeovers in 2+ years. The car handles it beautifully. It's extremely safe. It does a great job. Um, and it makes life a lot easier. Let me see. I'm trying to glance at the computer screen here. Oh, hello. Hi. I can't make out the name there. D and Andy, or something. One D and Andy. Hello. I see you. I see your comment. Nice to stop and say hi. Um, but yeah, I mean, full self-driving does a beautiful job. My Model 3 ran a red light last year to avoid someone rear-ending me. This car here avoided a bunch of parts from a car that hydroplaned in some torrential downpouring rain over a month ago from McAllen. It's dodged a butterfly. A little excessive, but okay. I mean, you, I guess it prevented a butterfly effect from the future. I don't know. I've had to stop for a baby rabbit. Um, you know, it's gotten out of the way of, road rage drivers and what have you. It, I could sleep in this version. This version does such a great job and has been so reliable. I would not have. I would not. I would not be any. I would not be uncomfortable at all with the idea of sleeping. I wouldn't want to be in the driver's seat because I toss and turn, and I'm afraid I might hit the brake or something if I'm asleep. Um, and wait, okay, yeah, I can technically write the car off for taxes, but you see, right now the amount of money I make, it's not the greatest amount of money. Um, and doing Uber and Lyft, I mean, come on, I've had the car for 6.5 months, and I have 82,000 miles on it doing Uber, Lyft, and these gigs at what, 75 cents per mile tax write-off? Just the pure mileage, I don't pay any taxes. So even writing off the car, it's not like I'm gonna get money back. I don't get money back. I just get at the end of the year, this is how much taxes you have to pay. The pure mileage on the car alone offsets that, um, which is kind of, yeah, good and bad. It's nice to know what money I do make. I keep all of it. I don't have to worry about paying taxes on it. It's also bad when someone is looking at my tax returns and says, "Oh, it shows that you only made $9,000 last year." It's like, no, I made more than that, but I was able to write off, a deduction, which makes it look like I don't make anything. Um, but when you can claim, uh, and they really should change that for EVs, in my opinion. But when you're claiming 75 cents per mile federal tax deduction for work miles, and the car is only costing you 7 cents a mile to drive, um, yeah, that's a big bonus. You're kind of making money just driving the Tesla alone. Um, and depending on the tires, my Model 3, 360,000 miles, 4 sets of tires. I went to Discount Tires. I think they're Michelin tires that I have on there, Defenders, I think. I was averaging over 100,000 miles on a set of those. Before that, the Road Huggers, um, I could get maybe 60,000 miles out of those. They were cheaper. But I also keep the car in chill mode, so I don't use the 0 to 60 a lot. I don't drive crazy. I drive more reserved. Um, and when talking about driving habits, it's funny. Lyft uses the telemetry on the phone to monitor how you drive, your braking, your stopping, your turns, and all this stuff. And full self driving does not. Lyft doesn't like it. It finds the car accelerates too fast. The car, turns too fast. The car brakes too hard. I mean, it's funny how the Lyft's uh, driving habit monitoring is really strange. That's why if you get another insurance and the insurance wants to follow you, do I want them to use the app on the phone? It's not me driving. And yeah, whenever I do that, yeah, they have my phone number. It's actually posted on the back seat of my car. Um, I'm kind of wondering, where I live is like a half a mile down a gravel road, and I just now realizing that my business card on the back also has my home address. So did I have a passenger who might live in Louisiana? Figure, hey, this guy's never home. We have a house to hit. Um, Damn, didn't think about that. But then again, it's not hard to find and Google someone anyway. But yeah. But yeah, I do that sometimes, and sometimes that works. But a lot of times, being on the island, all those rides are little short $5 rides, and the island's very quiet. So I'm having to drive around to other cities farther away. So it's hard for someone to take my number and call me in Houston for a ride and me come and get them, because that is 6, 7 hours for me to go there. The ride has to be worth it. I do have some people that pay me directly. I drove someone the other day from Austin to McAllen. I have somebody else talking about a ride from McAllen to Houston. Also drove someone from McAllen to Dallas. Um, so yeah, if I was in a busier city area, it would be better. I did have some regular clients who would call me all the time for rides. Matter of fact, one texted me, asked me if I was uh, near the island, needs a ride from the airport, regular, uh, direct pay, and thank you, Murphy. The day that I'm driving back to the house to check where someone broke in is when one of the regular clients calls, um, and I'm not there. So it seems like Murphy just doesn't like me, and I'm hoping this is not, well, it's not that he doesn't like me. I'm on his speed dial, is what it is. I'm just hoping this is not a sign for things to come this year. Um, it would be nice I did sell I pretty much have no stocks left. Yeah, well, I don't have any stocks. I sold all the stocks to make ends meet, um, and now Tesla stocks are skyrocketing. So it's like I, I I missed out on a lot of money on that. But yeah, like I say, with the Uber and Lyft, they're taking so much. A ride from the island to the Brownsville airport on Uber, I used to make $24 to $26, and now they're offering between $13 and $16 for that same ride, and that's for a 40-minute ride, um, and that's where a lot of my miles comes in, driving all over the place. Um, okay, you got your Model Y in June, yeah. That's about around when I got mine. I'm trying to remember, about 6.5 months ago. So that, yeah, it's about the same time. And like I say, I'm at 82,704 miles on it. Just to give you a warning, when you drive this much, you will see some battery degradation. Uh, oh, my Model 3 at 360,000 miles, it is at 70 battery capacity. It's still doing a great job. Um, when I bought this one, we had 357 miles of range on a full charge. I'm now down at 302 on a full charge. My Model 3, when I bought that one, it had 26,000 miles on it at the time. It had the performance boost. And at that time, it had a 280-mile range on a full charge. And after 360,000 miles, I'm down to a 202-mile range on a full charge. It still runs great. It still does 0 to 60 nicely. It still has enough range that I can get around, get home, get back, and everything. Um, I just haven't driven it. It's sad that, you know, for me, with all the driving I do, I haven't been in the Model 3 in quite a while. I did drive it to go get or to take to the car wash since it was sitting so long. And I do have a safety score on there, but if you look at the daily breakdown, there's only 4 days that I've drove it just a few miles. Just 4 days. And my total for the month in the Model 3 is just 35 miles. I transferred the full self-driving to this car, so I don't pay monthly. The Model 3, I need to replace the windshield. I need to replace the top glass. Um, I would really like to replace the shocks and stuff. After 360,000 miles in there, it is really taking a beating. I have thought if I fix it up, if I had the money to fix it up, I can put it on Turo and make a little money off of that if people need to rent a car. But that's the issue. I need the money. It's expensive, and things aren't going good right now. 3 years ago, doing Uber and Lyft, I could easily make $2,000 a week. Now I'm lucky to break 800. Um, it's really, really sad, uh, how it's gone. And several years ago, almost everybody tipped. There may have been about 10 to 15% of the people did not tip. Now, it's between 20% of the people who do tip. Let me see here. I wouldn't say it's expensive to keep the Model 3. I mean, it's parked. It has no mileage on it. It has Tesla insurance on it. Since it's not moving, the insurance is only costing me $44 a month. It's plugged in at the destination charger at the hotel, so I don't pay for electricity. Um, and it's a good fallback. If I do need to take the Model Y in for any reason to get fixed, I can continue driving the Model 3. Um, and my thoughts were maybe if things started picking up, I would use the Model 3 to drive the drunks in the evening. And but it seems like the island is kind of slowing down and dying. But no, it's not expensive to keep. Uh, the Texas, what they charge you a year is like $200 for an EV, and keeping you know, having that Model 3, I don't have to worry about a rental car if something goes on. And we're getting up to the exit here for the Buc-ee's in Walton, Texas, to hit the supercharger here for this trip. So I might lose a little bit of connection going into the underpass when it circles around. Um, yeah, keeping a backup is always a good idea. It saves you having to worry about a rental car and all that hassle. But if I was able to rent it out and let people drive it, that would be a little extra income, less driving I would have to do. Um, and I would put full self driving back on there. Like I said, I'm not paying $100 a month for the full self driving when I don't only drive it 3 days a month for 10 miles. It's stupid to spend $100 on that. It'd be nice if they would do a daily rate for FSD. Um, like $10 a day or something. Then I can use FSD. Like if I was going to drive home in that other car, I can just pay for the day to drive it home. Um, but yeah, you know, and to pay for full price for the FSD, $8,000 to put onto that car and not have to pay monthly. How many years am I going to have that car for at 360,000 miles? How much longer is it going to last? Um, we're going into some underpasses here, but the Starlink's been doing a better job at reconnecting. So yeah, we should be reconnected here. Um, that would be kind of hard to do because you're streaming off my Insta360 camera that is actually hooked up to my MacBook underneath the laptop, so I'm not wirelessly streaming. Um, so it's kind of hard to do that. Um, but what I will do, I'm going to run in and I'm going to use my iPhone and I will film around there and grab my sandwich. And then when I get back to the supercharger, I can upload that to here, and then I can, in the software I have here, I can replay that on here. So I can't do a live stream in the Buc-ee's, but I can share what it's like in the Buc-ee's afterwards. And the car is, I don't know why they have these double speed bumps in this Buc-ee parking lot, but it's kind of cruising. When it gets to these things, 3C is out. So, okay, you're not going to stop. That's good. Um, there are some that have the 3D overview for the superchargers in some places. But I would really like to have a view of where the car plans to park, like when you go to do self parking yourself, where the car plans to park, and um, let me have the option of tapping someplace else to park somewhere else. That would make great options for all the parking issues we have. Um, give me a second while I plug this in real quick. Yeah, we're still going. Okay. Yeah, we just plugged in. And what was I saying? Yeah, yeah, I would love to be able to just make money off the YouTube and just travel all over the country. But I've showed the specs here. I don't make that much money on YouTube at all. It's very little money. And YouTube only pays out once you hit $100, and it takes a couple months before you see that money. Um, but yeah, to be able to show the parking where you're going to choose to park. I have a video of the hotel trying to park at the hotel or trying to get it to park at the supercharger of the hotel. It just would not do it. It would not park there to save its life. It kept circling like a shark in the parking lot. Um, so yeah, and that's map data issue. That's not a full self driving issue. And I don't know if it was physically looking to see where a supercharger is and doesn't recognize those old urban superchargers. Um, we technically only have 10 minutes. I'm going to go in, but I'm going to pull up my YouTube here. Um, so at least it sounds like the audio is working good. I'm going to keep this streaming while the car charges. Um, and grab something. And what was it? But yeah, the issues we have with the parking lots, I think that would fix all the issues. Even for me, when I'm driving, if trying to pick someone up and they're standing someplace else, show me where you plan to park. Give me the option to say, no, let's park a little further. Let's do a little curbside up here further, where I can pinpoint where the person is. Then I would have absolutely zero disengagements. Absolutely zero. I mean, look at this. Since 14.2 came out, I've driven 18,001.1 miles. The car has driven 17,949.4 miles. So yeah, 50 miles I've driven, and it's always been in parking lots. Always been parking lots. Today, um, this trip that we've had to make, um, I did some Uber this morning. It was very good, making good money, and had to stop for this. But if I look at the daily breakdown under the Tesla insurance here, today I have driven 463 miles, 462 miles on full self driving, zero point zero 0.04 miles on autopilot. More about that later, because I didn't put in autopilot. Um, that's just so far today. This month alone, 14,560 miles, and 14,517 of that on full self driving, and 1 mile on autopilot. And it's the same reason I'm going to tell you about later. Um, it's interesting. I think I know what they're doing. But let me go grab a sandwich because I haven't had anything to eat yet today. Just a cup of coffee. Um, no, I did have one of these. This here is a cake seasoned with chicken meat floss. It's Chinese. I know a lot of Chinese people. It's actually not bad. Kind of on the sweet side, but it's kind of good, and it's not as bad as candy and stuff. So let me go grab a quick sandwich and stretch my legs and be right back and do a film around Bucky's for y'all real quick. Okay, I'm kind of hoping that we might have lost connection here, but um, are we still streaming? Are we still connected? Are we still connected? Did we get those videos? Sorry for the dropout. It seems like the car didn't like that. Me walking away, being gone that long, the laptop went asleep. Um, Hope y'all are still here. I'm uploading the videos now from the phone to there. Um, okay, as I was saying, our supercharger stopped charged longer than what I needed actually. We are done. We're going on our way. Um, and that charging session only cost me $10.52, 32 cents a kilowatt. Let's see, we got everything here. Before I get back on the road, it looks like stream health still excellent. Okay, so yeah, there was a dropout while the laptop went to sleep, but I had it so it wouldn't kill the session, so we should still be going good. Um, so I'm sorry for the dropout, people. I'm uploading the videos of the bookies now to the phone. Yeah, there's a white Cybertruck there. And yeah, the advertising was probably going on because it was parked here. And yeah, well, it kind of dropped out because I was gone a little bit too long here. Where is my settings for the channel? Stream settings, okay. Shopping, analytics. Um, Create highlights, add a stream. Oh yeah, I got the advertising running on here. Just I don't know how often YouTube is dropping it in there. But like I was saying, there's two events that I have on there where I was showing before I left where the car dropped into autopilot. That's not something I done. I was driving and I got the red steering wheel take over immediately. I didn't take over. Um, it kind of recovered in a few seconds. But what is interesting is during that time, and I'm going to try to throw this up on the stream did it before I start driving here. I'm trying not to do complicated things while I'm driving. I want to do add, where is it? Add media source. There we go. Media source. I want to move this down to here. Yeah, there we go. And for this media source properties, browse, download. And we're looking for, I think it was this one here. And let's see if that will play around. There we go. No, that's not that one. So we'll turn that one off. Properties, browse. I want to go by date added. Well, it was on date added. Where did it go? It should have been that one. Hold on, I'm trying to find this here. Or was it? Or did I even put it on here? I thought I did. Let me check my phone real quick. Even though I'm ready to go and I'm in a rush, um, I'm still waiting to get less preoccupied before I start driving. There it is. Okay. But what I'm trying to show you here is that time that I have that where the car jumped into autopilot for some bizarre reason. Uh, I was driving from Port Isabel going to towards Los Fresnos on the way, and then all of a sudden I get the red steering wheel to take over immediately, and oops, no, I didn't want to open it on here. I want to put it on here. I'm trying to think. Thinking's a young man's game. Okay, here we go. Now, this is what I want. And hold on. Let me make it so I can see the screen a little better. I'm using some X-Real 1 Pro glasses that's hooked to my laptop, and it does an overlay, like a heads-up display of my laptop's desktop. I shouldn't tell people that. I don't recommend. I mean, I like to be able to try to keep some of this stuff for myself. But now we're going to have a bunch of YouTubers out there doing the same thing. And let me see here. If I go here and transform, reset transformation. Let me see if this is. Why is that the wrong video? Okay. This is just a quick video I made. No, actually, that is the right video. That is why, because it's upside down. Yes, it's upside down. Hold on. I forgot sometimes when I do these videos like this, you have to flip it. So if I go to, so I did originally have it transform, rotate 180 degrees. There we go. Now this is from the screen of the car, and okay, it did do that, but now it's off the screen. Okay, as we jack with this live here, and we're going to restart the playback here. This is from the car here. As you can see, I'm driving. It's in full self-driving mode, as you can see on the screen here. It's going just fine. And then coming up here, when you see the blinkers on the top here, when you see the blinkers come on, that's when the steering wheel pops up to take over immediately. And when it does that, right here, there they are, and you see the self-driving cut out, and then it cuts back in. That brief second there, it engaged autopilot. And where is it? 1559. It engaged autopilot for that brief second. Well, 1558. Why am I looking at the wrong one? And I'll pull that up here. And here you'll see this, the time of me driving. And sorry, overlaying here. You'll see at the start of the trip at 7:45. It started full self-driving. Vehicle on full self-driving from 7:58 a.m. to 8:49 a.m. But at 8:19, it switched to autopilot for 2 seconds. That's when the steering wheel popped up. at that exact time. What I think was happening is that something with the FSD computer had to reboot or reset or something of it, so it handed it off to autopilot while it did that, which it is what I would do. You find a time of the road. There was absolutely no traffic, as you saw there, or anything. Again, we'll restart that here. Um, there was absolutely no traffic there. It's clear, sunny, nothing to worry about. And just momentarily for about 2 seconds, as the car is driving, it basically reboots the software, probably reloads the kernel as quickly as safely as possible. Now clean out any cache or anything there. I think that's what they're doing. I've had that happen a couple of times. In previous versions before 14, I would get the takeover and I could not engage the full self-driving for a good 50 seconds. But right here, it just for 2 seconds and it takes back over. But it handed it off to autopilot. So autopilot was handling it, not that. Um, but anyway, right now I'm going to go ahead and get ready to start driving. Uh, oh, but first, what I want to do is pull up the first video of Bucky's for this to. This is not a big Bucky's. It's one of the smaller ones. We got to get audio. Hello. Deer corn. Some nice hunting blinds. Feeders. Of course, I'm not going to film in the bathroom. I don't have to go to the bathroom, so don't have to worry about that. 10 minutes after I leave here, yes, I will. I need to go, but it'll be too late there. Of course, I'm not. More deer corn. 50-pound bag, only $6.95. These glasses are actually little tables, tailgate chairs. Entrance to Bucky's. Around here. Oh. We have a little bit of everything here at Bucky's. They even have their own hot sauces. And their own coffee. Their regular candy and their own.
Behind you. I know, stay with us.
A lot of people at a Bucky's, these get really crazy. Oh, sours. I like cherry sours, but sugar, stay away. Gummies. Even if you need some clothes. We have a bunch of clothes here. Auto supplies, a little bit, not much. Gun magnet, okay. Well, not a bad price either. Gotta have beer. Drinks. More grub mixes. Wearable blankets. Sorry. Their coffee station. And their drink station. Let's see, there's no Coca-Cola. But they have their own. Sorry if I'm going too fast. Well, actually, no, they do have one here, Coca-Cola down here. So they do have Coca-Cola. Sorry about that. And then, whoop, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Ni hao. Oh, you okay? Plenty of snacks for the road. Protein snacks, sandwiches, bananas. Only 59 cents too. Fruit cups, more healthy. Cookies, chocolate. They have a wall of jerky. But not only that, breast meat, but they make their own jerky here. Balsamic garlic. Hot and spicy, I like that one. Steakhouse. And you can get samples and try them, but I'm kind of in a rush. Oh, can I try a quick sample of the steakhouse and the balsamic garlic? Out of curiosity. Y'all been busy?
That's the steakhouse right there. Yeah, it's been a little bit. It's not too bad.
Right, the steakhouse. Go ahead now. But yeah, you got all different flavors here. Korean barbecue. Western style pepper. Even turkey. Let me see. Can I get a quarter pound of the steakhouse? Okay, I had to go for it. You try the jerky. And over there they're doing barbecue.
Can I get a half pound of peppers and a half pound of jalapeno?
Thank you very much. All right. But yeah, they make their own jerky. All different flavors. Different burritos. Cinnamon buns. Ooh, then the bakery shop. They bring everything here. So they have their own kitchen where they do that. They're making candied the nuts. If you like your nuts dipped in candy. And you got the gift shop here, all different clothes and stuff. Little trinkets and things. You can pretty much find anything you want at a Buc-ee's, and this is a smaller Buc-ee's. I've only seen one Buc-ee's a lot smaller than this. They only had like 5 pumps or 4 pumps. Chicken salad. Okay. And then over here is their great meat station where they're making all the sandwiches here themselves. This here is, it looks like the Carolina barbecue. And they got the cutting board there where they bringing out their meat and they chopping it for the chops sandwiches. And even their own fresh beaver chips. I feel sorry for the beavers. Fried chicken sandwiches, briskets. They always stay busy. Chopped brisket sandwiches. Carolina pulled pork. And they stay busy all the time. Sliced brisket. So if you want to get yourself a nice sliced brisket as they're cutting up over there on the chopping board. So yeah, they have a lot of people working here. Their pay rates are really good too. So I'm getting me a Carolina sandwich and the jerky. And maybe a 5-hour energy, I might need that. I don't know. Not good for you, but I'll grab it anyway. Oh yeah, this is a Buc-ee's, and they got a sample area over here where you can try their different chips too. And if you're in need of a bathroom, they have some of the cleanest bathrooms that are well kept up. But this is the entire inside of the Buc-ee's store. And there you go. And they only chocolate bars too. Caramel popcorn, black and white. That looks good. But and their Rice Krispie treats and stuff. And I'm going to go ahead and end this video here. Umbrellas and everything else you need. So I can go ahead and pay with my Apple Pay. There we go. Thank you. Just that. And that. And that. Now this is just a part 1 video. I did take 2 videos. So as I am paying, let me go ahead and play the next video here. This one, you know, it is leaving the Buc-ee's, but 63. I want to go to 64. And you know, this is the power of full self-driving, 14.2.2.2. And I can actually use it. It's very reliable. It's very good. It's doing a great job. Yeah, this is part 2 of the video here. You got the Buc-ee's buckets, $3.99. I can still see the screen somewhere in these classes. Coming up to the emergency vehicle here. Car is moving
Chinese?
over for this.
Yeah. Oh, ni hao.
It does a lot better handling emergency vehicles, so it's not going to do a crazy pullover like it's done in the past.
How does she hurt their foot?
Yeah,
Oh. Yeah. Dweebishi.
As you see,
And of course, you got the great Buc-ee's Beaver over there. Somehow she twisted her ankle.
I've seen some
People taking pictures of this here. I threw one a picture of these to Grok, and it animated it, and one of the managers had to go check it out. But she's having a hard time getting around. They may want to put ice in that. And we're at the Tesla supercharger. Well, I'm going to go run in front of her. But over here, Mercedes has their own superchargers as well here. At this Buc-ee's. I've ran into one person at a Tesla supercharger who was driving a Mercedes. And I asked him why they weren't using the Mercedes
Mercedes
superchargers.
chargers, I don't know why they charge so much. Yeah, I was saying that in the video.
And they were telling me,
Crazy, if you ask me.
it's because they're charging 60 cents a kilowatt. 60 cents a kilowatt. I'm paying 35. What do they pay when they're using a Tesla supercharger? 50 cents a kilowatt. It's still cheaper. It's still cheaper.
I mean,
and they find that
60 cents a kilowatt.
the Tesla ones work all the time.
Like I said, I
Where
stopped,
these
I only
sometimes
paid
are hidden.
$10.52. If I would have used the
But yeah,
Mercedes supercharger,
Mercedes does have their own
that would
chargers
have
here.
been $21
With a card swipe.
that I would be paying. I guess it's premium
Start
electricity.
charging. So it has to pre-authorize your card, $25. I'm sorry, I don't even pay that much when I'm supercharging.
On that?
So they got to do a pre-authorization of $25 on my card. Yeah, 60 kilowatt. Kind of wild. But yeah.
Yeah, that is one of the
So Mercedes has their own chargers here too. I really think it's weird that they charge so much more. And that car is just really backing up. Well, we saw all the Tesla superchargers when I pulled in, so I'm going to end this video now. And I'm going to airdrop these to the laptop to show y'all online while I'm driving. Oh, and that's the Chinese people.
A lot higher than just minimum wage.
They're driving a Tesla as well.
I see a lot of the jobs, like people cleaning the bathrooms, starting at $20 an hour, and even more on the weekend.
I see a lot of my Chinese friends driving Teslas. And I think the funniest thing I saw was this big old Cybertruck pull up with this 4'10" Chinese lady in her 70s getting out of it. That's if she was 4'10". She looked a lot shorter,
Back to the truck.
especially next to that truck. We got a white Cybertruck down there. But anyway, I'm going to end this here, get back in the car.
Yeah, Mercedes does require premium electricity. But let me show you what I did with Grok. I took the Bucky's Beaver, I threw it to Grok, and this is what it did to that. This is at a different Bucky's. I showed it to the manager, and she had to go out and double check. She could have sworn it was real. She's like, when did they do that? Well, yeah, it's shocking what Grok can do and gets right. But anyway, I'm trying to relax. I'm trying not to stress out here. It is kind of stressful not knowing what I'm going to get to when I get home. Not knowing who did what. And it makes me nervous even afterwards leaving. What if they come back? What if they come back? You know, it makes me nervous. Right now I'm looking at being home around almost 8 p.m. So I spent a little more time. I've taken longer than what I was anticipating to. I spent more time charging than what I would have done. But we got an hour and 44 minutes till the next supercharger in Beaumont, Texas. So I'm skipping the one in Houston. But it's going to be fun because we're going to be passing through Houston
and this traffic can be crazy. I'm not sure what is going to happen. This okay. Take it easy. Thank you for joining and chatting. This will not be deleted, so it'll still be there, so you can always watch the rest later. We are coming up to Houston here shortly. With all the buildings and stuff, I may lose connection with Starlink, but we'll do the best we can and try to see if we can get as much the through the car or through the internet. I'm losing track of what I'm trying to say. Um, as we rock and roll here, I should post that on X.
If this is an emergency, press 9 at any time during this message. Hello, this is your Sheriff Bobby Guidro. Thank you for calling the St. Landry Parish Sheriff's Office. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. For records, press 1.
Wait while I transfer your call. St. Landry Parish Sheriff's Office.
Yes, I'm not a technical emergency. I called earlier today and had an officer go by my house to check it out because someone broke in and they went in and took pictures and stuff. How to get a hold of him? I'm still on my way there. Won't be there till about 8 o'clock tonight. I was wondering if there's any way he can, text me what they got or anything, or I have to wait till I get there.
I can try to connect you to the deputy that went out there.
Okay, yeah, because he called when I was trying to call someone else, and for some reason the call would
You
not.
know what? Hey, Mr. Keith,
Yes.
that it is Mr. Keith, right? Okay, yeah, we spoke earlier. So the deputy that actually went out there, he is on another call. Can I get him to call you back when he gets off this call?
Yeah, if you could, or
Okay.
if you can text me, because sometimes the spam filter blocks that. But
Well,
for some reason I
we
couldn't.
don't have text. We
Okay,
don't have text capabilities. Yeah.
and for
So
some
you
reason,
have to call.
yeah, since I was calling somebody else on the new iPhone, it doesn't show me what number he called from was, so I couldn't call him back.
Yeah, because he called. We have to connect them from our number. They're not allowed to give out their personal ones. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
But I'll let it. I'm gonna give him a message and tell him you called.
No problem. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right, bye. Okay, that's why I don't see his number. I actually did see his number, but they were routed through the office. Okay, connections poor. It should get better, hopefully.
And you know what? I'm going to try another piece of that jerky. That was actually quite good there, Bucky's. If any of y'all are new, just uh, signing in here, I've been driving for a while. I forgot to post about it on X, what's going on. We have one guy chatting in there. You can actually should be able to scroll back to more of this. But I thought I was having just, sorry about all the noise there, moving that around. I thought I was just having a network or power outage. I couldn't see my Starlink dish back at the house. So I had a friend who, customer grass right, go by and look. And yeah, it looks like someone broke into my house. So I had to call the sheriff's department, have them go by. They wouldn't let my friend go in there with them. So they went in and took pictures and stuff. And I can't get any information until I get back there. So I don't know if there was any damage done inside. I don't know what they stole or how much they stole. Of course, the officer wouldn't know that either. But it'd be nice if they could send me the pictures so I can see on the way, or let my friend go in and take pictures for me. But it is what it is. So we're driving. I'm trying to take care of things. I figured while I'm doing this, I'll go ahead and just live stream because I am really agitated. Uh, I was making some really good money this morning, but now I'm having to take out to drive home. It's 11 hours to get home, 11 hours to get back. Um, and while I'm doing that, I'm not making money. So this is really hurting me in the wallet. At very poor timing. Too many bills right now. I can't afford this. So I'm trying to figure out what I want to do at the house. Um, do I just sell it as is, or do I spend time to fix it up and clean it up and get my stuff out of there? There's a lot of junk in there. You know, I would get more money fixing it up, cleaning it up, tearing down the old storage building, and getting rid of all the junk. I would be able to sell it for more money. But I don't have the funds at this time to float while doing that. Yeah, there's a lot of YouTubers out there making lots of money, and honestly, a lot of them are not making lots of money. They're struggling as well. Uh, I don't make much money on YouTube. YouTube does not pay my bills. I used to work in the computer IT field. It's been a while, 5 years now, being down here doing nothing but Uber and Lyft and gig stuff. When it was good, and now it's getting bad. It's kind of hard to go back. For a lot of the computer work I need to do, I'll have to buy new laptops. I'll have to buy some new tools and stuff to get back into that. It's very frustrating. And some people make comments like, well, just go apply for a job somewhere. Well, I've been self-employed since 2006. Used to be a network admin for a major company, PSC, Philips Service Corporation. 2006, they laid us all off and outsourced everything to India. And then they started outsourcing the actual hands-on work through a platform called OnForce, which is now Work Market. And Field Nation is another one, where they find independent contractors to go out and work on sites that they need someone there hands-on. If you have a Samsung TV and a technician comes out to work on that TV, they don't work for Samsung. There's someone like me, an independent contractor. I used to work on them all the time. I've worked on dialysis machines, ATM machines. It is shocking who all outsource stuff. Kiosks in prisons, that's outsourced. The security cameras at Dollar General, that's outsourced. Those are things I've worked on. I don't have my ladders and tools and stuff down here to do that around the area. So I'm kind of in a financial bind, and I'm staying afloat. Now, some people say just go home, go back to Louisiana, go back to the house there. Well, my cars are registered in Texas.
I can only drive Uber and Lyft in Texas. So I don't have to pay to re-register the car in Louisiana. Honestly, a Holiday Inn Beach Resort, they've been very kind. Um, it's still cheaper for me to stay there. It really is. Once I start adding everything up, you know, um, and it. Sorry, real men do cry sometimes. Um, it's more peace of mind there. You know, my house and property is paid for in Louisiana. No issue there. But I got that with the ex-wife. I'm now divorced. So you have the memories of the ex-wife. You have the memories of the girlfriend, the kids, and stuff that linger on there. There really is nothing for me in Louisiana. So it's kind of hard for me to stay in Louisiana. Um, but, do I sell the house and the property and continue staying at a hotel on the island? Then I'm technically homeless. Uh, I'll have to be paying for a storage place to put all my stuff in there. Again, I'm just kind of rambling on here, killing time for this drive. And thank y'all for joining in and listening. Feel free to leave comments. Uh, I should be like some of the other YouTubers, hey, links are in the description of my Cash App and everything. Send me money. Actually, I don't think I have them in this description, but I'm not out here begging for money. Uh, you know, YouTube, honestly, with their payouts after $100, and it takes about a month for that payment to process before you receive it. I've gotten 2 payments from YouTube last year alone. One of them thanks to the Starship launch. That actually made that one Starship launch I was able to live stream actually did pretty good. And then everything else just kind of trickles down. So I don't depend on YouTube for money. That's why I do Uber and Lyft. I mean, God, if I could make money on YouTube, I would drive all over the damn country filming everything everywhere. Uh, but I don't have that many followers. I mean, I have a good good chunk of followers, and thank y'all for subscribing. It helps. I make just pennies on the YouTube, or not pennies. It's since I've been doing these FSD videos. They're doing better than the Starship. Because there's no launches going on right now, so this is doing good. But to give you an idea, the 31st, I made $2.14. The day before that, $3. Most days averaging $1.27. I had one good day with $8 for one of the videos, and most days, it's between 6 cents and 39 cents a day. So, yeah, not going to get rich off of YouTube anytime soon. Not going to go out here and beg for money. That's just not me. I don't turn away money, but you know, it is difficult times at this here. I did do good this morning. First few hours, Uber, I did over $131, and it was looking to be a banger day. And then, as I had my friend go by the house to reset something to see if it's a network issue, he sends me a picture of a window broken on the back door and a couple items in the yard, and it's like, okay, great, this is not good. So I'm having to go home, having to wait until I get home to find out any information what the police officers found out. I did call dispatch and ask them to please have the officer call me. Maybe he might tell me something over the phone. I don't know. Um, it would be nice if you would do that. I don't know who would have gone and broken into my house. I do live out in the country, and actually on a half a mile gravel road. And
want added. I just want to edit contact. Uh, so to me, it's very odd. I don't know if somebody, in the neighborhood, I don't know. I don't socialize with the neighbors much because I'm not there. I've been on the island for 5 years. 5 years. It's the first time I had an issue. It is funny that one security camera was on the ground, an old camera that isn't even used. All the others are still up. So I'm not sure what they might have messed with in the house. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that maybe they don't know the equipment and they don't know um, what might be recording and what not. So if they do, I have my backup there. But if they may have took both of them, and that would not be good. But I don't know. I don't know how long they were in the house for. I was there Monday, and then I came back. I still have videos that I'm still working on to upload on that trip. These videos take a long time to make and upload, very long time. Um, but we're driving back. We're coming up to Houston right now. My next charging stop is in Beaumont, Texas. I'll have 25%, so I can probably make it all the way to Lake Charles after that last Buc-ee's. Um, I did do a walkthrough of Buc-ee's, and I added that to the stream and showed it earlier for the viewers. But yeah, right now we are coming up to Houston. My connection might be choppy coming through Houston. We are live streaming mini dish in the back. So we do have some issues of going underneath underpasses and stuff, and some of the bigger buildings might interfere with that. Um, so we're trying to keep the stream up as we do that. There has been talk about Tesla adding Starlink to their cars. There's been some plans. And what I think is maybe not just one Starlink dish, but multiple mini Starlink dishes. Not like the mini, but even smaller at places like the front fenders and then the rear fenders and maybe in the front and the trunk. That way you have essentially a bigger Starlink dish covering different angles. Because right now mine in the back window, it's an angle back there. So it will get blocked um, or is only seen a certain angle. Let me get my hand out of the way here. I'm going to turn the camera around here and show y'all real quick here. But yeah, back there in the back window is my Starlink mini dish, and it is an angle, but so it depends on which way I'm going to get the best satellites. I'm going to move the camera back to here. Yeah, the live stream is brought to you by Starlink. Well, not brought to you. They're not sponsoring. We are coming up to Houston, and here we come to a bunch of overpasses. The traffic can be crazy here, so hopefully everything is been smooth. Like I say, we may have some dropouts as we go under some of these underpasses. The Starlink is doing a good job reconnecting. The software should reconnect. The YouTube stream should not drop out completely. It just may have pauses as I'm passing out of these for lack of data.
Um, but yeah, like I say, this FSD is good enough to. It does a great job. It avoids accidents. I've done a 500,000 miles on FSD, uh, all the way back to 2020, um, and it's been really fun seeing it change. I drive more than anybody else. I think that's safe to say. Whole Mars catalog, it was nice. I'm now on there. So as far as the leaderboard goes, I'm in the number one spot for most FSD miles. My car, my Serenity, is currently at 17,993 miles, um, out of a total of 18,045 miles since 14.2 came out. That's a 99.7% FSD. The number two spot right now is anonymous. Dave's mom's Stealth Gray Model 3 at 11,375 miles and 100% FSD. They're doing a road trip, coast to coast. Um, will they catch up with me? Well, they're getting close, but I don't think they're going to catch up with me. It's hard when I drive 10 to 12,000 miles every month doing Uber and Lyft and all of this stuff. Um, and since I drive Uber and Lyft, there's just no way to get a perfect 100 because I have to negotiate parking lots. I have to move to where customers are. I have to find customers, track them down, etc. But yeah, if you go to the it's fsddb.com leaderboard/leaderboard. That's Whole Mars Catalog's leaderboard here. You'll see that. And if you scroll down even further on that page, you have the highest FSD percentage, which is anonymous. I'm not all the way up the top. I'm like number 5 because I do have those disengagements that I have to make for navigation issues, not safety, or for picking up different parking spots, not for safety. For highest mileage, I'm number 2 with a total of 443,000 miles. That's my Model 3 and my Model Y. I think Grant and Gray's mom, they have multiple cars, so they're a little bit higher than me. But as far as a single car, all the way down there, I'm number 1. My car, Serenity, at 360,000 miles. Still the original battery. Still the original battery. Still running good. I need to get a new windshield and stuff on it. I would like to fix it up, change out the shocks, but it's still running good. I have a lot of people make comments about FSD, how, an accident's just waiting to happen. Yeah, lots of accidents waiting to happen. And my car has avoided lots of accidents, including running a red light to prevent me getting rear-ended by a pickup truck. Swerving to miss parts coming off of a car in torrential downpouring rain because the guy in front of me hydroplaned. I mean, my car has avoided more accidents with full self-driving. And you just need to relax. The only issues I have with full self-driving is navigation issues. Those are not safety related. If it gets off at the wrong exit, it will figure it out. It will reroute. It will handle it, no problem. Stopping at parking lots. Please, Tesla, please give us the option to show us where you plan to park and let us tap on the screen if we want to park somewhere else. That would fix that. I would never have to disengage. That alone would fix that problem. Speed issues. Right now, I'm in standard mode. We don't have much control over the speed. But what would be nice and still give us these same profiles is that if I scroll down to sloth mode, yeah, we go down to the speed limit. But if I keep scrolling once I get there, then set a lower max speed, that way I can lower it down. Like if it doesn't see a school zone, I can get it to go slower. Or whatever reason I want it to go a lot slower than what the posted speed limit is. If I scroll up to Mad Max mode, okay, go ahead and go whatever you want to go Mad Max. But if it's not fast enough, let me keep scrolling up and then give us an option for a higher maximum speed. That's all you got to do at the beginning and at the bottom and the top. Otherwise, we can just leave it in any of the profiles. And you're not using a universal max speed. You're just having it at the top and the bottom. And then that will make this, very comfortable without any needs to really disengage. Right now, if I'm in a school zone, it doesn't see the school zone sign, and it's because it missed it for whatever reason, and it's wanting to do 45 and a 25. If I put it in sloth, it still thinks it's 45. It doesn't help. I have to disengage. You're forced to disengage. Now then, also in the video, I was showing my FSD usage in the app, and there's like 1 mile of autopilot. This car is not staying in his lane, and it feels like this car is picking up a little bit faster just to get past him. But no, I've never put my car into autopilot. And I'm going to wait till we pass these bridges so we can get the better network connection here while I continue talking. Come on. Bridge, 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 bridge. Bridge, bridge. Houston makes it hard for Starlink dish everywhere. That's why multiple Starlinks across the car gives you more area coverage for communication. But anyway, like I was saying, I don't put my car in autopilot. It goes to full self-driving. I've had 2 instances in the past 30 days where I got the red steering wheel take over immediately for no known reason. Beautiful weather, and I can play that video once we get out of Houston again for you. Beautiful weather. Nothing crazy going on. It just take over immediately. I didn't take over. The car still maintained control for about a second or 2 seconds. And I saved the footage, and I played that back, and you can see exactly where it happened, where the emergency blinkers came on, and the FSD went off, and about 2 seconds later, FSD came back on. And looking at my safety score on the Tesla app, at that exact time is when the car dropped into FSD, or not into autopilot. On their scoring, it was still in FSD. But for those 2 seconds, it seems like for those 2 seconds, the FSD handed it off to autopilot while FSD did something. And what I'm thinking is it kind of like turned it off and back on. Maybe the FSD software had to reboot for whatever reason. I have in every version before 14, every version for the past 2 years, at least one time for each and every version, I would have an instance where I got the steering wheel take over immediately, unknown system fault. And for the next 55 seconds, I could not engage full self-driving because undoubtedly the FSD computer was rebooting. I'm not the only one who experiences it. It's a very common thing. Any computer software has that problem. Linux, you don't see that as often, but they do have different kernels of it that will reboot, so you don't see it. That's kind of what it looks like they're doing with the full self-driving. If so, thank you very much, Tesla. That makes it great that you can reboot that FSD computer quickly, or the modules quickly, without
needing me to really take over. Yeah, it threw it to autopilot and recovered quickly and took back over control. Now, if it would have had a worse system fault that it wouldn't recover or wouldn't finish booting back up, then yeah, I may have had to take control. But at least I was alert and ready to if it was needed. This is something I've talked about before. This is something I've talked about before many a times. Being down here on South Padre Island at SpaceX here, I've driven a lot of Tesla employees. I've mentioned that to them. I suggested options like that to them. Um, Same thing for certain options in the Starlinks. I've mentioned to some of the guys who designed the Starlinks, and now I see them. I see those being implemented. You know, if you guys got the idea from me, and I don't want credit, I don't need credit, but you know, it would be nice, but it's okay. Um, but it's nice to know that you're listening. You know, yes, I drive Uber and Lyft to make ends meet. I do gig stuff like that to make a living right now. That does not mean I am a stupid Uber Lyft driver. And oh my God, I've met some of those guys, and I cannot comprehend how they don't get all the slobber on their seats. No offense to any of the y'all watching, but not all of y'all are like that, but some are. Um, you know, I have degrees in computer technology. I've been in the computer IT field since the 70s. Hardware, software, network security, component level stuff. As we have some network dropout here going into the bridge or the underpass. Um, and oh, this truck is almost hitting people here. Sorry about that. Going underneath these underpasses really kind of throws a monkey wrench. Yeah, going under the underpasses really throws a monkey wrench. And yeah, I could be using a hotspot on my phone to stream through, but unfortunately, a lot of places that I drive through here can't get cell signal service. You know, the cell service might not be so good. We are in Houston here. We have, looks like an accident up here. And the car did a good job moving over. It should be kind and let these people in. I do have it in standard mode, so it's not in Mad Max mode, so it's going to be nice to people. Not saying that Mad Max won't be nice to people. Going through Houston. Stay in your lane. Okay, now it looks like we're getting alpha money for all the overpasses, so the stream should be stabilizing now more. Sorry about that. That's the Starlink mini dish going through the city here in Houston. It does make it hard with all the buildings, trees, and overpasses and stuff. Um, yeah, and if y'all just joined, you know, I started my day this morning driving early this morning, uh, 4 a.m. first ride to the airport and stuff. Really good day. Money coming in nicely. A lot of airport runs. I was up to $131. Having issues checking the house. Had a friend go by to see if it was just the power went out or something needed to be reset, and found out someone had broken into my house. So the police have done a walkthrough, took pictures and everything, and I am heading home
Uh, as of yet, they won't tell me anything. I have to wait until I'm home and get them to come out and do a report with them before they'll even share or before I find out what happened or if there's anything missing or what the inside of the house looks like. I have no clue. Um, so yeah, it's and for an 11-hour drive, this is where full self-driving really comes in, because if I was driving this myself, especially getting into this traffic here, my nerves would be out the roof and more likely to have an accident. The computer, the car, the FSD handles it, no problem. Um, it's been an extremely long time, and I mean years, 2 years since I had any safety critical takeovers of FSD in the previous versions, even in my Model 3, which is the old hardware. The car is going to kind of move over, so it's going around. Now it should see that there's a fire truck up here, an accident, so it might not see it because it's being blocked by this car in front of me, but it will start. Yeah, it's signaling. It sees what's going on, so it's handling this accident here by itself. But like I say, and that person's nice enough to let me in. My car will probably let one of these cars in. Not sure which one. Um, I'm thinking it may back off more for the expedition, maybe. I don't know. We will see. Okay, okay, it's going to try to move over even more, and it is letting that person in, which is good. Um, we got a lot of traffic coming up behind us here, but yeah, if I had to be driving this myself, with my stress level right now, not knowing what I'm going to run into, um, anxiously awaiting to get home and find out what's going on or what happened, and trying to figure out what I'm going to do here. Um, Odds would be high that I would get into an accident. FSD, it doesn't mind. I can sit here and talk to the therapist in Grok and go through things and help try to calm down and rebuttal things. It does a fairly decent job in the therapy mode. Ooh, yeah, that's a bad, that's a Subaru, and he's on a stretcher. Um, yeah, that's a pretty, so yeah, and the car is handling, you know, other people are slowing down, rubbernecking. Now, that's what it's called, rubbernecking, when you're looking around at an accident. Uh, where the Tesla, it doesn't care. It's on its way. It's continuing on its trip. Um, as we head back, and I'm still trying to handle everything or trying to stay calm here. Let me answer her on that. I don't know yet. They will not say. They will wait until I get there. So I have to get there and figure out what to do.
It was turning out to be a good day. I was making lots of money this morning, but now I have to stop to go handle this. But yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for full self-driving, I don't think I could handle driving in this current condition. I would have to, have somebody else go with me and help drive. With this, you're just a co-pilot. You're just sitting there for the trip. The car is handling everything, and I'm not having to think much about it. I just let it go, and it's avoiding items in the road. It's handling getting around accidents. Um, it's getting us to the superchargers, parking on the superchargers. It's taking that stress of my day away from me. It's giving me more time to think about stuff. I'm torn. I'm really torn. Do I just pack everything up and go home to Louisiana? Um, and there's absolutely nothing for me there. There really isn't. Um, I don't have many friends there. Nobody I hang up with. I don't have any more work opportunities there. Um, can't do the Uber and Lyft there because the way that policy works, I can only do deliveries, and that is really a lot more hassle. Um, I would have to drive back to Texas with the Texas plates. If anybody knows the winning lottery number, please let me know. I can really use that. I can really use that. I'm sure a lot of us could. Um, it's the end of the month. This is the time when a lot of bills come due, and you got to make a lot of your payments and stuff. Card note, insurance, all this stuff coming up. So this is at the absolute worst time. It really is. And with Uber and Lyft being so slow, it has been really hard. And like I was trying to say, some people make the comment, just go get a regular job somewhere. And yeah, it's not that easy. It's a lot harder than you think. Um, especially in my position, you know, being laid off at PSC back in um, wait a minute, somebody said something. Yeah, I would like to stay in Texas. Right now, I'm living at the Holiday Inn Beach Resort, watching SpaceX. It's like, what am I going to do with all of my stuff back in the house in Louisiana? Um, my house and property is completely paid for. It doesn't cost me anything. Um, but I've been here on South Padre Island for 5 years, and I don't have like a place to store my stuff. George Carline, that's all a house is a place to store your stuff. And when you go on vacation, you pack a bag of some of your stuff, and that way you keep all your stuff with you. If you don't know, just Google George Carline, store my stuff. Should find it. Nice little skit. But yeah, I mean, like I said, the house and property is paid for. If something goes wrong, if I'm not able to work or anything, I still have um, a roof over my head. Um,
Okay, you're asking if they're building a Tesla diner near the spaceport in Brownsville or near Starbase. I don't think I can actually answer that question. Um, that's what I hate. I know way too many engineers at SpaceX. And they tell me so much, and I'm sorry. They have my confidence that I'm not going to reveal inside information and stuff. Um, I don't know if any of that information is actually public, so I can't say anything about it. But I can tell you right now, they're building a lot down there at Starbase. Um, but you can see some of that. And well, yeah, I mean, Musk's says a lot, and sometimes he says stuff, and then they're like, "Oh, damn, wish you didn't say that." That's Elon for you. He's an interesting person. Um, it would be cool if they did do that. But most of that Starbase area, the housing and stuff they're building, is strictly for employees. So it's not like you can go get a house in Starbase, Texas, and live near there. You have to work at SpaceX. So it's becoming more like a Google city. Um, but yeah, we may see something in Brownsville, but we also have to look at the demand. For something like that to function, it has to be something that's very busy. And I don't think we have that much traffic down there. I mean, Starbase, Texas, Brownsville is just so far from everywhere. A lot of people don't want to drive that. You have like 3 hours of nothingness before you get there. Um, Build it and they will come. Okay, maybe. But a lot of people work and they don't have that much time to drive all the way down there. Um, I would not think they would build one in Starbase, Texas. Um, Maybe in Austin or San Antonio, where there's a lot more possibility of demand, a lot more people. I can see that. Uh, if things pick up more in the area, then yeah, um, it may. But I mean, the island's dying. I mean, even last night, New Year's Eve night, talking to a lot of people. Louis' backyard. They've never seen it that slow. No one was showing up. You know, Massive fireworks shows and everything, and so much was missing. You know, it, so few people. Um, and I bridge. Wait for connection. Give me a few seconds under these bridges as we get outside of Houston. That's the problem with the Starlink mini satellite dish in the car here. When you go underneath bridges and stuff, you lose connection, so it's hard to keep a complete stable connection. Um, but yeah, if the island got popular again, a lot more people going down there, then you may be looking at that. But you're also on the border of Mexico. Um, we get a lot of BYDs. I've seen so many BYDs. Yeah, some of them look really nice. I've had people tell me that in Mexico you can buy a BYD EV for $7,000 brand new. I don't know how accurate that is. I do know from my girlfriend who is Chinese. She's currently in China. Some of those BYDs look very nice, um, but they know the battery fires they have. Even in the buses they build, they know the fires they have. So she would tell me, yeah, no, don't buy one of those unless you have to. Her son does a similar thing that I do in China. a basic Uber type service in China. Um, he is lucky to make U.S. equivalent now. U.S. equivalent now. A good day for him is $50 a day, and he hustles all day for that. Um, so the way they look at it and the way she talks to me, I make 3 times that easily most days if I'm lucky. I used to make 6 times that, but it's changed so much with Uber and Lyft taking so much. Um, and thank you for liking my Uber Tesla videos. It takes a very long time for me to make those and upload those, because I do spend 10 to 14 hours every day in the car. So I try to work on stuff before I go to bed. And it's gotten to the point where I have so much hard drive space. I got 4 terabytes on my laptop right now. And out of that, I have 37 gigabytes free. I need to make, and, and that's just unmade videos. That's just the raw footage from the camera waiting to be processed and then made into a video, then uploaded. And it's a slow process. And I'm doing it all by myself. I've In some of my recent videos, I've been using ChatGPT to create, uh, the titles, the description and stuff for me. I just been dropping to it my the transcript of the video and let it figure out from there. I'm guessing it's doing a good job. I haven't really checked it that much to make sure how accurate it was, and I try to get it to create a picture for me, a thumbnail for me, doing that. Makes it a little bit quicker and faster. Um, but yeah, it's if I had more time to sit down and do it, that's a different thing. If I had somebody helping me, that would be a lot better too. But I'm doing all this on my own. And like I say, how much of this do you do when it costs you more money? You know, I'm not making any money off the YouTube channel. I'm lucky to break $3 a day, and that's a good day on a YouTube from the commercials. But most of the time, it's like 10, 15 cents here and there, and I only see that once it gets over $100. I had a payout. No, let me look at the numbers real quick here. Okay, let's see. My last payout was November 21st. So since November 21st, when I got the last payment from YouTube, which was only $152, since then I have a balance of $21.28. So it's going to be a while till I see another payment. Um, yeah, it's gonna be a while. Yeah, I've only had 2 payments all year last year, so it's not like this makes me any money. It doesn't, um, and especially for the rocket launches and stuff. All my camera equipment, you know, my Nikon D850s that I used to film with. Right now, my Insta360 cam that I use for my 360 drive-bys of SpaceX and everything. Um, yeah, it'd be nice to be able to apply for some IT jobs, but like I was saying earlier, I have been self-employed since 2006. I used to be a network admin for a major corporation, got laid off. So I've been an independent contractor all ever since then. So for me, going to apply for a job, I have this big 20-year gap. I have no references to give. Um, I don't have any personal references. I have very few friends that I can give as a reference. I got a lot of Chinese friends, but that doesn't do any good because they don't speak English. And I've been doing a lot of outsourced gig jobs, not just computer jobs, but through platforms like Work Market, Field Nation, doing independent IT work and stuff. But all my tools are back in Louisiana, or at least they were. I don't know if they were stolen or not. I won't find out till I get home. Um, my biggest fear is that they broke into the gun safe and they took the guns. That's what I really worry about. It's making me mad because I did do a trip home. Still working on those videos. Um, I did do a trip home, and when I was leaving, I was kind of debating, should I take the rest of the guns with me? I have a lot of guns with me already back here, but I was thinking about grabbing the rest of them and putting them in the car. The only problem is the rear sub trunk and the front trunk won't hold some of the rifles. And since I was also working trying to drive people, it's kind of hard to have the guns in the car while driving people and putting their suitcases in. Oh, excuse the AR-15. Let me just move that out of the way for you. You know, so no, I didn't take them. Right now, I am kicking myself for that if they did get into that case. If I get home and I find they didn't get into the gun case, then yeah, I am going to pack them and bring them back. I'm not going to leave them behind. They're not going to stay there. Um, it's just I don't have a gun safe at the hotel. That small little gun safe. That's it. And the worst thing is in that gun safe that had all the stuff there for the receipts, the serial numbers, the guns and stuff. So if they took the entire safe, they have all the serial numbers and stuff with them. I don't. Years. Um, but yeah, it is stressing me out, and you know I am 45 minutes away from Beaumont, so I'm only a couple hours from the house now. And while I'm driving, let me check this here. Hold on. Yes, I won't be back at the house for another 3.5 hours.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
I can't seem to get a hold of him. Oh, no, 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 no. Maybe he might answer. I don't know. Oh,
Your call has been forwarded to
um, but yeah, it's difficult to apply for a job when you have a 20-year gap. it's great when you're working for yourself. Back in 2019, 2018, uh, I was being subcontracted because so many people subcontract stuff. I was being subcontracted from Pitney Bowes, um, and were they got the contract to do a lot of the kiosks at McDonald's, the self-service kiosks. My job was to configure the server and the registers and stuff, the software on those, certify the network cables, while they had an assistant come in and pull the cables and terminate out, make sure they were correct and what have you. I was averaging $2,000 to $3,000 a night doing those things. Um, they would always want very detailed notes, especially stores that had issues. They wanted a lot of notes. Now they're finding people to do that same job for $250 a night, and we're talking about getting there at 5 p.m. and getting out of there at 6 a.m. So you're looking at 13 hours for $250. And you get these people out there who know a little bit about computers, and they find this and they think they know a lot, and to them that's good money. They may even drive. I've talked to people who spent more money driving to get to the place than what they were making. I don't understand their mentality. Uh, but no, I used to do $2,000 to $3,000 a night doing those stores. A lot of kiosks at prisons and what have you. All those things are outsourced. Um, so that's what I was doing, and the reason why I got into that, when I worked at PSC, they outsourced the entire IT department to India, um, and they let the entire IT department go. But if they needed anything done on site, physical on site work, they would push it out through one of those platforms. I mean, you can go to Field Nation, create your own account, and you can start sending technicians in the area out to work on your customer stuff for you, and you pay them through the app, um, through there. It can work both ways. But yeah, it, you know, that's why I started doing those, and it was good way back. In 2006, 2007, 8, those years. I'll see a lot of work orders, paying $95 an hour to work on a network or replace access points in a hotel. But now they're finding that as long as the remote help desk has detailed instructions, they just need someone to follow instructions over the phone. I used to be Cisco certified. I had a work order for a Cisco switch in a bank. The work order, first note, once you get on site, call help desk immediately. Don't do anything. I get there. I get to the site. I get to the server room. I call the help desk. And I'm like, hello, this is Keith Wisner. I'm here on site, I think. And before I even finish think, all I hear is, shut up. You Americans know nothing. Do exactly as I say, nothing else. I'm like, okay. And I just shut up and sat there and did what he said. I hooked my laptop up to the router, for him to remote into my laptop and try to get into the Cisco router and stuff. Listened to him mumble for almost 2 hours. I don't speak Farsi, so I don't know half the cuss words he was saying. But he was not able to connect to that Cisco router. Then I was finally getting tired, and I'm like, hey, I'm just a dumb American. I don't know anything, but do you want me to plug it in? Somebody unplugged it from the wall, no power. For him, sure, okay, I'm a dumb American. I don't know nothing. I'll do exactly as you say. The first thing he should have asked is, does it have power? No, he didn't. So I just sat there. It's like, you told me to shut up. Fine, no problem. But yeah, that's what those platforms have gotten to, is just remote hands. And in the past few years, it's gotten even crazier. You get on there, you sign up, and you see work orders to repackage bras at a Walmart. Yes, bras, women's brasiers, to repackage them, or to rotate the sausage display at a Walmart. Um, you're seeing those on a technical platform now. They just want someone there to do something. Very little pay, 20, $30 here and there. Um, to go and do a preventive maintenance of the blood pressure kiosks at McDonald's. Those are handled. I've worked on some entertainment displays at some dialysis centers. That those are outsourced. I've worked on bank ATM machines. Some banks outsource that work. Kiosks in prisons. Oh, those are fun. I've been in there, and those pay good money. I've been in there when the prisons are getting rowdy, and the the guards are having to make me wait because we have to wait until the prisoners calm down. Um, it's shocking what's outsourced. Yeah, we're coming up some more construction here. The car sees the cones, I believe. That's why it's moving over. One thing that I would kind of like, and it's moving over for that little bitty rubber that goes around one of the cones there. So it saw that it moved over, which is good. If it was, a torn up piece of tire, that would cause some damage. Um, and in that situation like that, sometimes we don't know why the car swerves and stuff. We don't see nothing. What would really be nice is when it's reacting to something like that, show a little video of what it's reacting to, what it's concentrating on, why it's making that decision. Because I see people who disengage thinking it's doing something wrong, but it might be because they didn't see what it was reacting to. The person might not have seen it. But to be able to show it on our screen, then we're like, hey, that's a good call. Or I understand why you're making that mistake now. A little more overhead, maybe in the next hardware version. Just like the little bit slight tapping, braking there. I know why it was doing it. It was because that car was there. This one here is going to move it closer to the wall for that other ring there as well. You can see some of the orange cones out here in the field, which means people hit those. I love these grooves in this road. That's like, yeah, I'm awake. Um, but again, I've driven 500,000 miles on one version or another of full self-driving. This 14.2 and every version of it has been incredible. Little things we have problems with, speed issues. I've discussed that. Not hard fixes. Those are not safety critical. They might be legal critical. If you're going, 85 and a 45, yeah, you're breaking a law. Um, but it's not going to be doing 85 when there's tons of people running around and cars. It is looking at the situation where it's at and only going as fast as it feels it's safe to do. Even when you have max speed control in the previous versions, if you pop it up to 75 miles per hour and it's a windy back country road, it's not going to do more than what it can handle or what it feels safe. Um, if it goes through a school zone and it's going faster than the school zone speed, yes, that's illegal and you can get a ticket. Is it unsafe? People will say yes. But if there are kids running around, the car is going to slow down. The car is going to brake. So it is safe. It's going as fast as it safely can if there's no kids around.
I've had my car where I would have thought it might have been phantom braking, which I don't really believe is actually a thing. It's not really phantom braking. It's just that we don't know why it was braking. But when I looked around, there was some kid on the sidewalk bouncing a ball. Okay, the car's not sure where that ball is going to go, so it's going to want to brake a little bit just in case that kid happens to go out into the road, which has happened. Um, so yeah, it was reacting to that, or it was reacting to something it thought it saw on the side of the road. It might not have been something there, but if it mistakes something as something else and reacts to it, that's, to me, it is okay. You know, like back there, that dead animal. It could have reacted as if it thought it was alive and moved over more or something. But I think it had it long enough that it knew it wasn't moving. And yes, my car has swerved for roadkill many a times. Even swerved for some of the blood stains from the roadkill. Um, I've had it dodge a butterfly. I've had stop for a baby squirrel or baby rabbit running across the road. I got stared down once by a cat. I was in this neighborhood after dropping someone off and leaving, and this cat walks across the speed bump, sits down, and faces the car. I mean, the car stops for the cat. Me, I would start rolling forward a little bit and get the cat to move, but no, the car backed up and went around the cat. Now we got this cat in this neighborhood, like, oh, I make cars stop. He thinks he's now Mr. Traffic Control of the neighborhood now. But yeah, the car saw that and handled it. Just wanted to say hello to Ian Fanch Flick. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm driving, so I really can't concentrate hard enough to make out what that name is, and my ability to handle English is not the best. I mean, I do speak English. It's just it's a spelling type of thing, which acronyms throw me. I hate acronyms because I'm trying to make a word out of them. And moving to Louisiana from Virginia, oh my God, I got lost trying to find Bear Street. I'm sitting there driving around looking for A Bear, Abear, not Herbet. I'm like, how is that A Bear? Okay, so it's a German name. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, my last name is technically pronounced Weisner because it's German, but here we say Wisner. Um, and of course, the first name is Keith, but in Louisiana, I just tell them my name is Mike, spelled Keith. Because if they can spell Bear as Herbet, why not? Um, it's crazy, Louisiana. And Bridge. Oh, yeah, you think that's an easy one. Bridge is correct, but Bro is Breaux. It's a Cajun French thing. But yeah, glad you joined me. I've been driving for a while. Yes, I am using Starlink to stream. I have a Starlink Mini in the back. I'll go ahead and flip the camera around. It's mounted in the back window in the Model Y. I tried putting it on the roof of the Model Y where I normally had it in the Model 3, but in this new Model Y, the filter they have on the glass to keep out the heat and stuff actually blocks the satellite signal, so it won't work through that. So I'm having to put it in the back window there. Not the best spot. The suction cups used to keep coming off as holding it, and I used to have to keep rechecking them every couple times a day. But the last time I rechecked it, what I did, I had some of this anti-fog glass cleaner. I just sprayed it on each suction cup and didn't wipe it off, and then just closed it there. And that was about a week ago. Um, and yeah, my Insta360 camera is going to my OBS software on the MacBook
and streaming out through that. Um, and the stream gets kind of laggy because I'm also pushing a lot of data through the Starlink, and I'm working the laptop pretty hard. It's underneath the car seat, and I'm trying to deal with a lot of other stuff at the same time. So I'm just kind of doing this to try to preoccupy myself and stop stressing out. Um, since you just joined the stream, doing Uber and Lyft this morning, it was going very good, $131 before 9 a.m. So it was looking like it was going to be a banger day. But I was having a hard time connecting to my Starlink back at the house in Louisiana, so I thought maybe the power was out or something. So I asked a friend that cuts the grass and takes care of the house for me every now and then to go by and check. Um, well, this is a 2026 Model Y, um, long range, running FSD 14.2.2.2. I've had this car for 6.5 months. I have 82,816 miles on it. Since the 14.2 series came out, I have put over 18,000 miles on the car and almost all that FSD. If you go to Mars Catalog's database, the fsddb.com/leaderboard, I'm the top one, my Serenity, and my Model 3 is the Serenity for the highest mileage. My Model 3 older hardware has 360,000 miles on it. But what I was saying is, no, I'm not joking. It's right there on the screen. Yeah, I do 14,000 miles a month doing Uber and Lyft in Southern Texas. And that's why I was making good money at this morning. But my friend, when he went by my house, turns out someone broke one of the windows in the door, let them inside the house, so it looks like they broke in and might have stolen something. The sheriff's department did a walkthrough, took some pictures and stuff, and what have you, but they're not saying a word to me until I get there. So I've been driving. I won't be there till 8 p.m. It's been a very long, frustrating day. Thank you for FSD, because there's just no way I would not have been in an accident if it wasn't for FSD. I have done 500,000 miles on one version of the FSD. This one here is phenomenal. I've had 0 safety critical takeovers in 2 years. Stupid navigation stuff. Driving Uber and Lyft, yeah, sometimes I have to go and maneuver around a parking lot to find where a person's standing. Or sometimes I'll be giving someone a ride. They don't give me the exact address. So I'm in that situation where they're like, turn here, turn here. So you have to take over sometimes in real life. I do know that whole Mars catalog has somebody on there that has 100% full self-driving, coast to coast, doing a road trip. Yeah, I could do that easily. This car can do it. But there's some instances at the beginning and end of rides that you just don't have a choice in the real world. So there are going to be times when you take over. But no, I'm going home to see what I'm going to be confronted with at my house that someone has robbed, and trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I'm losing out on a lot of money. Um, it's January 1st, one of the busiest, most money-making days. Tomorrow is Friday, one of my busier days with the weekend. So this is really impacting me very badly. And it's putting me in a financial bind. Um, I am, just doing the live stream, watching the car drive here. I am watching the road. Um, I am watching what the car does and what it's handling. We are in a 65. A lot of people are doing 72. I'm not stressing about it. I want to get home faster than they do. Um, we got a couple more stops before I get home. And I can't stay home. I got to make money. I, I, it's
It's not easy now. COVID has really messed up a lot of things, and it's taken a long time for things to really get back to normal. Uber and Lyft used to be good, but now they're taking more and more out of every ride. Auto insurance keeps going up, so it's kind of crazy. Um, and it's like the Tesla is the best choice with the full self-driving, the economy of driving, the charging is fast. Uh, I have a lot of videos on my YouTube going over everything, and yeah, I do drive a lot. But when you're on, sorry, I'm taking my shoes off. Um, when you drive in the valley of Texas, there near Starbase, Texas, all your rides are like from the island to the airport. So going to the Valley Airport and back, you're looking at uh, about 80 miles round trip for one ride. So doing that several times, you rack up several hundred miles a day. The driving I do is just not always the same place everywhere. Well, you want to talk about no maintenance? My Model 3, I've had for 3.5 years, has 360,000 miles on it. It is still the original battery. It's at 70% capacity. When I bought that car, it had 280 mile range on a full charge. It now only has a 202 mile range at a full charge, but it's been at 202 for the past 70,000 miles. This Model Y, when I bought it, it had a 357 mile range on a full charge. After 6.5 months, I'm down to 303 miles of range. But it's kind of leveling out. It's a curve, it's not linear. The Model 3 is the original battery. No, it's the original lithium. It's a 2018 Model 3 with the performance boost. It had 26,000 miles on it when I bought it, and full self-driving 12 is what was on it. I transferred that to this car. I only have driven that car 4 times this past 30 days for a total of 25 miles, just going to the car wash, washing it, bringing it back. Because I'm always in the Model Y. And no, the next question people ask is like, oh, you only charge to 80%. No. When doing the Uber and Lyft, I'm constantly charging to 100%. I am using superchargers 2 or 3 times a day. My DeWalt power tools, the battery that I'm constantly using and discharging and recharging and discharging and recharging, lasts longer than the battery I just charge and leave in the drawer. So when you use it, it seems to last longer. The Model Y had like no real issues. I mean, not the Model Y. Sorry, my Model 3 had no issues. You know, the windshield was cracked from all the stuff. I've already replaced the windshield in this Model Y 3 times. I need another one. I do pay $15 a month for the windshield replacement plan through Tesla. Thank you for that plan. That really comes in handy. But the Model 3, besides that, everything was just fine. But after sitting for 2-3 months in that hot Texas sun with no shade, getting 160, 170 degrees inside, well, now my passenger side window regulator went out. A couple of the buttons to control the windows don't work. So when it's sitting there, it it would starts to fall apart. Would it be cheaper to get a Tesla with free lifetime supercharging? Well, of course it would be cheaper. You can travel coast to coast at no cost. But supercharging is not that expensive. My last stop at Buc-ee's a few hours ago, I paid $10 and 25 cents. That Buc-ee's also has a Mercedes supercharger charging 60 cents a kilowatt. The Tesla was only 32 cents a kilowatt.
Um, so on the island, they have 10 destination chargers. So I charge for free at night. So my first 200 miles in the Model 3 was free. Or in this car, my first 300 miles is free. Doesn't cost me to slow charge at night. I enjoy the Model Y so much more that I hardly ever drive 3. I would love to fix it up and jump in between the two, but then I'm paying $100 a month for full self-driving in that Model 3. Um, something that's not in my budget. A a Tesla with free lifetime supercharging would be nice, but you're usually looking at the Model S's or X's that offer those. And I'm sorry, that's way out of my price range. I'm trying to eat. I'm trying to catch every bills. This Model Y, after the tax credit of $7,500, after the veterans discount of $1,000, after the $1,000 off for previously owning a Tesla, after using someone's referral code, I was able to get this down to $37,000 for a brand new 2026 Juniper Edition Tesla Model Y. Um, well, sell the Model 3. It has 360,000 miles. It's a good backup car in case I need it. I don't think many people, just because the high mileage, is going to buy that car for much money. Especially since I transferred the full self-driving off of that to this car. If I would have left it on there, then at least $8,000 to cover the FSD. But having the car just parked that doesn't get driven, my insurance on that through Tesla is only $44 a month. So instead of having to rely on a rental car, if something happens to this car, I have a backup. Um, and my first Model 3 that I had went through 3 accidents before the last one called it total before I bought that other one. The first one I put 180,000 miles on. The first accident was on South Padre Island. The car tried to get out of the way. This dump truck just came into my lane, and his bolts on the wheel just tore up the entire side of my car, including tearing up the rims. My car went to a body shop in San Antonio to be fixed. Unfortunately, it went up there like 1 week after Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, after his car got hit by a guy coming off the beach while he was doing a YouTube video over there or a live stream. And my car's repairs wind up taking a lot longer because that body shop was taking stuff from my car to fix his car. So when my car got moved to another body shop, they wanted to know what happened to the cameras and a bunch of other stuff on my car that had nothing to do with my original accident. So it took me over 4.5 months to get that car back from that repair. The final repair, someone running a red light, I got hit in the front left. It was about $8,000 to fix it. I wasn't using full self-driving at the time. If I was, it wouldn't have happened. The body shop that had it kept saying there is no total amount on a Tesla, so they kept adding stuff. They wanted to take the trunk off and everything and repaint everything. They got that $8,000 repair up to like $32,000. So the insurance said they're going to call it total. This was in 2022. So I was kind of panicking. It's like, what are you going to give me for this car here? It has 180,000 miles on it. They gave me $6,000 more than I paid for it. So I paid cash for the second Model 3 that had full self-driving, already paid for it. It was an upgrade, no longer a standard range plus. It was a long range with performance boost and everything. Charges a lot faster. It was 2 years older. It wasn't a 2020. It's 2018, but it still had a hardware 3 computer and still done beautiful. And cost me nothing, so upgraded. But that Model 3, 360,000 miles, only one little minor accident. Some guy ran a light, hit the back charge port, um, and that was it. The car couldn't get out of the way. The guy tried to say I was turning with him, but the dash cam footage showed otherwise. Different body shop in McAllen did a great job. I got it up there. They looked at it. They ordered all the parts. They jerry rigged it so I could still charge the car. And once they got the parts in, they called me and I came out there. And within a day and a half, they had the car back to me. And 360,000 miles, 0 accidents. Well, yeah, the U.S. is pretty safe. I don't think we have any beef with Germany anymore. I think that ended back in the World War II days. But I mean, I guess you're talking about immigration safe. I mean, they're going after people with these falsified work permits, or they may not be falsified, but it's hard to say how they were approved. They may think they did everything properly, but they might not have, or someone might not have in the way. If you're coming here on a vacation visa, there should be no problem. Um, I've ran into a lot of people from Germany, China, Russia. A lot of people still coming here, no problem. Um, so yeah, I mean it's safe. You should come to the United States if you make it out here. Try to get down to South Padre Island, Texas. I know it's the middle of nowhere, but it's right across from Starbase, Texas. Try to time it when SpaceX is doing a launch of the Starship. It's incredible. It's one thing to see the footage of it. It's another thing to sit there. It's another thing to be sitting on the side of the road and looking at that Starship on the launch pad, or sitting there on the beach and just watching it at night. But it's another thing to be out there and you feel those engines through you. You feel the rumbling to your bones. And there's a couple times when the wind was just the right direction, you can feel a little bit of the heat. Even 6 miles away, you can feel a little bit of heat from those Raptor engines. It's an incredible sight, incredible feeling, incredible experience that cannot be simulated anywhere else. I used to volunteer at the Science Museum of Virginia in Richmond, Virginia. We had a big Omnimax projection system with an incredible sound system. And we had an Omnimax movie of the shuttle launches. And it almost felt like you were there. It really did. I know, I've been to many shuttle launches. But with all those subwoofers they had around that dome and that, it was like, I feel like I'm there, up close and personal shuttle launch. Nothing compares. The Starship is a lot more power there, cleaner burning and what have you. Yeah, the Gigabay or the Gigafactory is incredible up there in Austin. Even SpaceX, I wish they'd open it to well, I have it in standard mode. So in standard mode, it tends to sit in the middle lane, which is okay because it is not going too slow. And we got a lot of people going on and off on the right-hand lane. If I had it in chill mode, it would get over. Right now, it is getting over. Yeah, because there's a semi truck coming up. I'm comfortable with it being in the middle lane because we get a lot of people getting on and off and exiting, and it would have to move over anyway for them to merge in. And we also have a lot of construction up here coming up, so it's going to have to move back over anyway. Um, but yeah, like I was saying, it'd be nice if SpaceX would open up the Starbase to public tours. Tim Dodd had a personal escorted tour, and the car swerved over a little bit there for those trucks going by. Um, I've I know a lot of the engineers, so I've eaten at the restaurant there. I've had tours of SpaceX. I've sat in a hitter tank. Um, you know, they really need to share that with the public, and they may be doing that one day. I can't say. Uh, it's kind of fun, doing the Uber and Lyft. I got to meet a lot of the engineers. A lot of people worked at SpaceX. I've seen a lot of the CAD drawings. Well, I shouldn't say that. Uh, I hear a lot more than what most people do. I don't. That's why I don't do any commentary on my YouTube channels about SpaceX and what they're doing, because I can't keep track of what's public knowledge and what's not. I can't tell you when the next launch is going to be. It's not because I don't know. Um, if it becomes public knowledge and people start talking about it, then yeah, I might say something. No, I don't work for SpaceX. I've been in the computer IT field all my life since 1970, and I've just been doing Uber and Lyft since 2020 down here. Um, I'm an old man. I'm tired. I've been an independent contractor doing computer work since 2006 after being laid off from a major corporation that outsourced the entire IT department to India. So it's hard for me to go out and get a job with a company somewhere or any type of job because I have been working for myself since 2006. I have absolutely no references to give anymore. Some of the businesses I work for don't exist anymore. Some of the people I work with they're not alive anymore. I mean, I haven't kept in touch with those people in 20 years. So it makes it hard to go out and just get a job. It also impacts other areas as well. If I want to go and rent an apartment or something, they want references. They want job references, and they don't like it when you work for yourself. They don't like it when you can't list 4 family members. Uh, they don't like it when you can't give them 4 or 5 personal references to call. It's like, I'm sorry, everybody I know is Chinese. I don't have that many friends. I don't have time to make friends because I'm spending 10 to 14 hours a day driving, trying to make money, which is why this is stressing me out more, the unneeded trip home because somebody broke into my house back in Louisiana. Um, it's 22-hour round trip for me, not to mention how much time I'm going to have to spend at the house. So it's 22 hours nonstop. Um, and I'm missing out on 2 of the prime days. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about earlier, but Uber this morning alone, before 9 a.m., I already made $131. This was going to be a $300 day. This was going to be a really day that I would have been really happy and ecstatic about. Finally, back to the $200, $300 days. Hope it lasts. Hope the West weekend's going to be good. But no, some a-hole decides to break into my house and take who knows what. And the sheriff's department won't share any details till I get back, till I'm actually there. Um, so I am spending 11 hours in the car driving home, stewing over what could have been taken. And like I say, I am praying they did not break into my gun safe.
but I have a bad feeling. I mean, how long were they in the house for? Who was it at my house? And I'm trying to keep it together. Life's not always easy for people. I was very happy when I bought the house and property and all that. You know, I was married. You know, I cared a lot for my wife. She had a lot of medical problems and she wound up going completely deaf and blind to the point of having her eyes removed. Um, we went to try to get a device that's called a deafblind communicator that lets her communicate through Braille. Um, those things are very expensive. And it's something that the state would help with. But then we have a state social worker that tells her flat out, that you're too disabled and you'll always be a burden to someone. You don't need it. For her, that was the last straw. She didn't want to be a burden to anybody, so she wanted a divorce. So yeah, I've been divorced since 2010. Little swerves there for those black marks in the road. I'm trying to figure out why we're having some dropouts. Let me look at the Starlink connection. Yeah, we've had some little bit of data dropout, not bad. Still can't connect to my network. As we're getting to the supercharger spot here in Beaumont, sorry for all the dropouts. I'm not sure what is causing that.
Once I plug in here, I'm going to try resetting the software to see if that will clear that up. If y'all can hear me as we get to this supercharger. This one here is at a, I kind of don't like, I kind of don't like this location here because all the stores here say, that the restrooms are strictly for customers. That they don't like people using the supercharger using their bathrooms. You have to buy something, and that I feel that's poor business decision for the stores. They would do so much better, catering to the people. We have 4 stalls supposedly available. The garbage cans are not emptied as we're coming in here. Which spot is it going to pick? 1B and 1C are not working. It's going to go one with the garbage can, all the trash there. As we are backing up here, I should go get a massage, but can't afford that now. Yeah, hard times, but we'll get better. That's what I've been telling myself for 10 years now. When's it going to get better? Let me charge. Plugged in, we're charging. Now, let me see. I'm going to drop the software and restart the software. Let's see. Hopefully it doesn't bug me to log back in again. Okay, I stopped the streaming. I restarted the streaming. Let's see if this gets a little better for that. Okay. I don't know if we have anybody still here. Okay. But yeah. Now, what I was talking about earlier, there was an issue where I'm driving and all of a sudden I get the um, take over immediate steering wheel. And for a brief second, my car jumps into autopilot for 2 seconds while in full self-driving for 2 seconds. Um, and this is the screenshot. That's the LTD ride. What? I want to go here. Boom, boom, boom. Change those properties. Discard. I thought I already did that. This was
as I was driving. Oh, transform. Rotate 180. As I was driving, the weather is good and everything. There's like nothing around to cause any issues. And as you can see here, I'm trying to make it so it fits better so you can see. We were heading to Los Fresnos, nothing in the road or anything. As I'm driving, it's in full self-driving. And I can go ahead and zoom in a little more here for you. You can see it's in full self-driving. And coming up right here, the emergency blinkers are going to kick on. Right here, the emergency clicks on, it goes out of full self-driving and then back into full self-driving for 2 seconds. I think what that is that they are handing it off to autopilot while they reboot something on the full self-driving computer. Move the monitor over here. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I think they're doing. I think they're rebooting to clear out any system errors that, just like any computer, you're going to have times when the computer has to reboot for whatever reason to clear out cache or what have you that might be causing issues. And I think to handle that move more smoothly, Tesla is handing it off to the FSD or to the autopilot while it reboots in those couple of seconds. Okay, we're only here for a very short time, and this session has cost me $4.50. So it's pretty inexpensive to charge. I'm going to head on to the next stop. None of these places will let me use the bathroom unless I buy something there. I don't have time, and I just want to get going. Be right back. Yes, I'll be in Louisiana in about 45 minutes and home in a couple hours. I'm not happy. Not happy at all. I will not know until I get there. The police won't tell me until I get there. Someone broke into my house and stole something. I don't know. I'll find out when I get there. Still driving. Okay. Re-engaging full self-driving. Thank you, FSD, for helping me with so much here. I don't know why you're going this way. I really don't. Well, okay. Well, you could do it. Okay. I understand. Yeah, maybe. I'm not happy. I mean, I should have had everything moved out of that house by now. This is really ridiculous. I don't know where to go or what to do anymore. One of my few friends who's supposedly a best friend in the world, I just never can go. Hold on. Let me try again here.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
It's always forwarded to voicemail. Always forwarded to voicemail. If he needs something, yeah, he'll answer. If I need something, no. Well, let's try one old friend of mine. I haven't spoken to him in a while. He actually owes me a lot of money, but I will never see that.
Hello.
Hey, Dwayne. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. What you up to?
Unfortunately, not so happy, but I'm heading back to the house.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I couldn't connect to the network, and I had my friend there go by, and it looks like someone broke in.
Oh, shit.
And the St. Landry Sheriff's Office, they went by, they took pictures and stuff, but they're not saying anything until I get there.
Oh, man.
They wouldn't let him in either, my friend. Um,
Yeah.
so I have no clue. I've been driving, and I hope they didn't break into the gun safe.
Yeah, no doubt. Damn.
But yeah, so it's a real great start for my New Year's. I was doing great this morning. I already made $131 before 9 in the morning. Everything was rocking and rolling and looking great, and then this.
Yeah.
So I'm now in Beaumont, heading back. Um,
Uh-huh.
yeah, so
Well, I
I'm
wish I
I'm
could be there to help you, man.
I wish if I had friends that could help, and it just sucks that that's not an option.
Yeah, I hear you.
Um, you know, and it's even matter because I was there Monday.
Right?
I was just at the house Monday,
Jeez.
so this was Tuesday or what have you. I don't know. It could have been after I left Monday.
Yeah.
So I mean, I was tempted to go back by the house before I left because I did some driving around Lafayette and everything.
Uh-huh.
I was tempted to go back by the house one more time before I left, and I didn't.
Wow.
Um, so it's and I was debating on taking some more stuff from the house to bring back, but you know, I, I'm still trying to drive and make money, so I have to keep the car empty for everybody else's luggage,
Right.
and
Yeah.
it makes it hard for me to haul a bunch of stuff.
Well, yeah. Exactly.
But you know, you still in Baton Rouge?
Oh, yeah. Yep. I don't know when I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of my doctor.
What you trying to chase your doctor down for?
Well, he's a St. Landry Sheriff's officer,
Oh, okay.
but it's he's just not answering his phone.
Oh, wow.
Take this trip back home under my state of mind and my frustration if it wasn't for the car driving for me.
Wow, that's awesome.
I mean, I have not touched the brake, the accelerator. I haven't done any steering or anything. I'm just sitting here, actually streaming on live on YouTube right now. So hey, you might want to say hi to yourself. Uh, uh, but yeah, I'm just killing time, trying to get home, trying to get my mind off of this, I'm trying to figure out.
Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out what to do, Dwayne. I don't know what to do.
Well, yeah.
It's. Do I sell the house and property? I mean, it's paid for. It's not.
Right.
It's not costing me anything.
Right.
There's no way I can buy another house and property with what little money the house would sell for in the condition it's in.
Right.
I just don't have time to do all the work to get it ready to be sold in better condition.
Uh huh. Yeah.
And,
That's where the problem comes.
and then the problem comes that I would technically be homeless because I'm staying in a hotel.
Right.
You know, do I go and get into a mortgage someplace that I might not be here for any length of time?
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
and
Because
with
I mean, unless it's where you want to make your new home, no.
I know, which I don't know where. And with Uber and Lyft not paying so much, with it hard to find work because I've been working for myself since 2006,
Hmm.
and I have absolutely no references for anything. Um,
Uh-huh.
you know, I puts me in a limited situation, and
Right.
and not to mention right now with the way things are and me trying to keep afloat, I need to make money every day. So it's not like I
Right.
have time to go work at a job and wait for a couple weeks for that paycheck.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Plus, it costs you money to get back and forth and eat and everything else. So yeah.
right. Um,
So yeah, it's a tough situation.
yeah. So you get in that bind where it's a catch 22, and you know I don't know. It's frustrating, and
Yeah. Yep. I can imagine so.
but you're staying away from the alcohol, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't even think of when I had the last drink. So yeah, I don't have any choice staying here.
Uh, how is your health doing now?
It's good. I mean, no, I'm not taking any meds or anything. Not having any stress, so I'm good.
You're feeling more energy.
I don't know really because I'm not doing anything that burns any energy. I walk a little bit. It's not like that burns any energy.
You're not going to open up the dojo again.
I don't know what I'm.
Well, that's something you should do. You should open up a dojo and have the oldest black belt taekwondo instructor out there and stream it on YouTube.
Yeah, no doubt.
Watch me fall on my ass. How many times will I fall on my ass today?
Right, exactly.
Uh,
That's what I'm.
but yeah, I won't keep you. I know you're busy, but I just want to touch base on you. It's kind of bugging me. Uh,
Calling.
no problem. Um, hopefully you have a better New Year's than mine has started off at.
Yeah, hopefully it'll get better.
Yeah, and it's just sad that I'm taking time out of my day here, where I was making good money on New Year's Day, where
Right,
where the where the real money's at,
right.
with the weekend coming up. It just really bothers
Yep,
me.
I would get it done.
And I
It's tough.
and I do have to thank Jack Woodson. And for anybody watching my YouTube channel, if you search YouTube for Jack Woodson, he has some incredible music. He makes he's currently playing a lot of music in bars or clubs in Louisiana. Very
Uh-huh.
very good music. I use some of his music in some of my videos.
Wow.
Uh, but yeah, it's I got to give a shout out to him. But anyway, I'll let you go. I'll let you go, Dwayne. Just
Take care. Good luck.
no problem.
Take it easy.
All right.
Bye. Yeah, Dwayne's a good guy. He used to teach Taekwondo. Um, oops. Welcome back. Welcome back. This is the gentleman I'm talking about. Check out his channel. Good friend of mine, the guy who's gone by the house for me, Jack Woodson. Very good music. Um, I played his song on some of my YouTube videos, especially way up here. It has to do with space flight and stuff. Um, Dropping it here. Um, Matter of fact, since we're in the car driving and the car's doing the driving, I can go ahead. And since I have permission to use his music, it makes it easier. Um, nope, actually, it'd be easier if I go right here in the live chat. This is his way up here. He produces his own. He produces his own music too. Good guy. Houston, can you see me? We're still on our track home. Houston, can you hear me? I sure could use some company. Way up here. If you check out his channel, if you listen to his music, tell him thank you for helping me so much. Yeah, I'm about to lose my mind myself. Yeah, I'm kind of live streaming all the way home, but maybe I shouldn't do it all the way when I get home because, yeah, wow. Let's let everybody know exactly where I live. Not that y'all don't already know. Um, it would suck if it would be somebody watching my YouTube channels that broke into my house. But it's going to be kind of dark and it's country roads and stuff there, so. And it's kind of random. My house, why they picked it, I don't know. Yeah, the human race is not the best race.
I don't know if going to Mars is a good idea or not, to protect the human race. Maybe we don't need to be protected. But yeah, that's Jack Woodson, his Way Up Here song. Uh, he does a lot of country stuff. We got some emergency vehicles up here, possibly another traffic stop. Hopefully not another accident. If it is another accident, I hope people are okay. And I appreciate the people who jump on the stream to talk. Um, it's is driving me crazy. Um, Trying to figure out what to do. I don't have the time though. That's the problem. I need time. I need a lot of money right now to pull it through. And I have not been sick in a long time, and I don't have time to be sick. That's why I'm not sick. There's so much stuff I want to get done that I don't have time to do. Even staying at the hotel, I got to clean my room, but I don't have time. I just get back, crawl into bed, go to sleep, wake up in 3 hours, and get back to work again. And I get mad at times. People tell me, "Oh, you got to be positive. Think about this. Yeah, your YouTube channel's going to go great. Just invest some money in some good camera equipment and stuff like this, and it's going to blow up. You're going to make a fortune." And I'm still trying to pay off all that camera equipment. And matter of fact, one of my cameras, the power board went out on it. My Nikon D500. So I have a couple cameras that need to get fixed. They've been used heavily. Um, yeah, not just a nice song, but a nice guy. He checks my mail for me and stuff, and he's the one who went by and was there when the sheriff showed up. And don't know why the sheriff wouldn't let him walk through and take pictures. Uh, he's had hard times too, and he can't do a lot of hard work anymore. But his music is picking up, and he's doing some more shows at some of the bars there in Louisiana. So that's getting good. Um, but yeah, we're still trucking along. Um, we're still heading. I'm still live streaming here. I'm sorry if it's choppy and stuff. That's if I where am I right now? I am heading towards Iowa, Louisiana, near Lake Charles. I think I am in Louisiana. FSD. I might be in. I don't. Let's ask. Oh, and you can't use the navigation information through the therapist. You got to be in the system mode. Um, hey, Ara. Question: where are we at right now?
We're right now in Orange, Texas.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No. How that's it for me. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Yeah. So we're in Orange, Texas, about ready to cross the border into Louisiana. I should have known that we're not in Louisiana because listen to the road.
Once you get into Louisiana, you get that thump, 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 which, you know, which I think is funny. Why is that? Why is Louisiana that choppy nose? Um, we do have some, I believe, cloud coverage, but they're light cloud coverage. But if semi trucks get too close to me, they kind of block a little bit of the dish. You got to remember the Starlink satellite dish is actually inside the car, shooting through the back window. And since I am driving east, it is being pointed more west, so it's not in the direction. Ideal direction to see the most satellites. Um, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. Uh, if I had it in the front window in the dash pointing out for this trip, it might do a little better, but I'm not going to move it. Um, my other question is my destination charger at the house still working? It was working Monday when I was there. And I don't think I uploaded a video of me leaving the house on YouTube because it kind of backed into the yard to turn around to get back onto the road. Um, I'm trying not to scream. To be honest, I'm trying not to scream. If y'all go back into history and look at some of my earlier videos from like 2010, I used to play a game called EVE Online. I was a big multi-boxer. I ran many accounts. Um, EVE Online is a mean universe. Um, and shortly after my divorce, the Matati, the leader of the goons, got on stage in Iceland, put my handle out there, which was easy to find out my real name from that, told everybody that I recently got a divorce, so I was probably depressed, and encouraged people to do whatever they could to get me to commit suicide. For many years after that, I had endured thousands upon thousands of crank phone calls, mainly Russians, trying to talk me into taking my own life. Even one time, I changed my phone number, and I got a call, and I was just told, "We have someone that works at AT&T. We know your new number," and they kept calling. Um, a lot of people I played with in EVE Online who knew me, they would say they didn't bother me because they knew I was probably being bombarded with people giving me, encouragement, not to listen to them, not to do that. But it's oddly opposite. It was the ones who were trying to get me to commit suicide, and very few people saying nice things. Somebody goes to something like that, go ahead and encourage them. When you're walking down the street, you don't say, "Hey, you look good today." People don't. It's avoiding those stripes in the road, the tire marks. Um, some of those swerves they're annoying, but it's good when it needs to miss something. And last time I came this way here earlier this week, there were some big chunks of car tires or truck tires in the road. But yeah, I mean, you see someone and you don't tell everybody they look nice, they look good, or what have you. But you get some people who will just they won't. It's like, wow, you look like a dog. I mean, people.
tend to hurt people more than people be nice, unfortunately. Um, and that sticks with other people. But I'm still here. I don't care. I've dealt with depression all my life. Um, I know what it's like, and I just kind of live with it. That's why people like Robin Williams, what in the world was he going through? That was, you know, he should have had a lot more people there supporting him. Um, I'm at a loss for his decision. It's just like out of nowhere. You're successful, you're funny, you're entertaining people, but you're obviously hiding something in the back that's bothering you. And that, you know, I don't know. Depression's a hard thing. If you're depressed, if you have problems with depression, talk to somebody. Um, it's not easy. And I'm just trying to, hang in there and figure out what I was going to do. You know, it is hard to be driving all of these hours trying to figure out what might have happened, what might be missing, what might be taken. Um, when they know, when they went in, when they took pictures and stuff, and they could tell me, or they could send it to me. Um, I don't know. It's frustrating. It really is. It's also hard when you have somebody who likes to say that, and yeah, I know he's always busy. He's always working. He has too much on his plate. Best friend in the world. If you need anything, call me. I'll always be able to help you if you need something, and you can't get a hold of them. Okay, hopefully he's not having other issues. Hopefully he's not having medical problems or what have you. But it is hard. Okay, let's do that. Hey, we're here streaming live on YouTube, and we're talking about dealing with depression. Can you tell me about Robin Williams and what could have been bothering him? What happened there?
Robin Williams struggled with lifelong depression, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and early financial and relationship issues. But his suicide in 2014 was mainly driven by undiagnosed Lewy body dementia. His widow explained it caused severe paranoia, anxiety, hallucinations, insomnia, and brain changes that made him feel like his mind was breaking. He called it wanting to reboot his brain. It's a reminder that even the funniest people can hide deep pain. And conditions like this show depression often has complex roots.
What should somebody do if they're feeling depressed and need someone to talk to?
If you're feeling depressed, call or text 988 for the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. It's free, confidential, 24/7 support from trained counselors who can listen and help. You can also text HOME to 741741 for crisis text line, or reach out to NAME helpline at 800-956-264 for info and resources.
With the world of AI, do you think talking to Grok in the therapist mode would be a good alternative, or is that setup able to handle that?
No, talking to an AI like me isn't a good alternative to real human support. I'm helpful for chats and info, but I can't provide therapy, diagnose, or handle crises like a trained professional. Always go to experts via 988 or a licensed therapist for that. AIs lack the empathy, ethics, and accountability humans bring.
Do you think that it might be a bad thing that so many people are relying on AI so much that they may not be able to talk to a person, that they can only feel comfortable talking to an AI?
Yes, it could be a bad thing. Studies show heavy AI reliance for mental health risks isolation, overdependency, stigma reinforcement, and dangerous advice like enabling delusions without real empathy or accountability. Human connections build irreplaceable skills for relationships. AI might delay seeking pros and worsen loneliness long term. Stick to it as a supplement, not a substitute.
Now, I'm not asking for myself, I'm just asking for general information.
Got it. For general info, AI like me is great for facts, coping tips, or resources, but always pair it with human support like 988 for anything serious. What else you got?
Oh, that's it. I'm just kind of concerned with the way people are going now or these days, how society's gotten where people can't even spell anymore themselves, um, because they're relying too heavily on AI for everything.
Yeah, over relying on AI for writing or spelling can weaken those skills. Kind of like how calculators dulled mental math for some folks. Balance it by practicing manually sometimes. It keeps your brain sharp without ditching the handy tools.
Now, do you think that's also going to be hurting other industries? Like as the doctors are starting to use AI more and more in their offices, do you think it's going to be dulling their skills as well?
Yes, studies like a recent Lancet one on colonoscopies show doctors using AI regularly got worse at spotting issues without it. Detection rates dropped 20% after 3 months, called death skilling. It risks eroding diagnostic judgment and procedural skills if over relied on, similar to calculators and math. But training and balanced use can prevent atrophy while boosting accuracy.
So while we make the computers and the AI smarter and better, we are getting dumber.
Not dumber overall. We're freeing up brain power for creative, complex stuff while tools handle routine tasks. But yeah, without practice, specific skills like diagnostics or spelling can atrophy. The key is using AI as a sidekick, not a crutch, to stay sharp across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the computer IT field since the 70s, and we used to go down to the component level on stuff, and when you know how a chip works from the inside out and everything, you get a better understanding of computer problems. And a lot of these kids now these days, what they're learning, they're lacking the ability to understand the core of the problem. They can't figure out the reasonings why the problem would crop up, and the technology and AI is making it harder for them to learn or understand that.
Exactly. Or yeah, fully understand it. AI shines on patterns and data, but humans excel at nuance, ethics, and innovation that needs real world grit. Keep honing those irreplaceable skills alongside the tech.
And with so many artists using AI to generate
Yeah, artists using AI generators risk death skilling too. Skipping fundamentals like drawing or composition can atrophy core talents, turning creators into prompt engineers without the grit built originality. It floods markets with quick stuff, undervaluing handmade craft. But top artists who blend AI as a tool often thrive by focusing on unique vision machines can't fake.
yeah, I mean, you know, doing Uber and Lyft for so long, driving people, I cannot tell you how many people that I've driven that were in different industries, especially people doing advertising. They come down to talk to a business to work on their advertising.
And they're telling me that all they do is just drop the information into Chat GPT and let it do all the work for them.
That's wild but common now. Agencies report copywriters' jobs dropping after ChatGPT hit, with some freelancers losing gigs as non-experts pump out good enough AI ads fast. It speeds routine work, but risks dulling persuasive writing skills and brand voice if everyone's just editing bots, pushing pros to master strategy over basic copy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've kind of done the same thing. And let's give an example here. We're going to do an example. I want you to mimic the style of Gordon Ramsay and give me a negative review for a Burger King for a stale hamburger. Can you do that for me?
Oi, you bloody idiots at Burger King! This stale as a week-old sock hamburger is an absolute disgrace. Dry, tasteless rubbish that wouldn't even feed a starving dog without it spitting it back. Sack your chef, burn the grill, and learn to cook before serving this pathetic, flavorless cow patty to decent folk.
That's very good. I find that if I throw a personality into there, I get a better response for something that's more humorous for a review.
Oi, Burger King morons! This stale burger's so old it's got an ex-wife and a midlife crisis, crumbling like my patience after one bite of your pathetic, dust-dry disaster. Fire the bun baker, revive the beef with a defibrillator, or stick to paper hats, 'cause cooking ain't your gig, you donut-brained donkeys.
Okay, go back to your regular self, if you don't mind.
Sure, back to normal. What's next?
Thank you. I mean, that's a good demonstration there, having you channel somebody. But hey, thinking about that, let's do the similar thing, but give me a negative review for a Burger King in the style of Stephen King. How would he do that? Let's go over everything about Burger King. Don't forget the king himself.
Burger King started in 1954 in Miami as Insta Burger King. Founders Keith Kramer and Matthew Burns invented the flame
No,
broiler for
no,
burgers.
no. Or I didn't want you to do that. I want you to give me a review of Burger King in the style of Stephen King.
In the dim flicker of the sodium lamps outside the Burger King drive-thru, where the fog clung to the asphalt like a shroud from some forgotten Maine graveyard, I pulled up for what I hoped would be salvation, a Whopper, flame-broiled and dripping with promise. But oh, dairy folk, this was no feast. It was a curse. The bun arrived stale as pet cemetery dirt, crumbling under my fingers like the bones of the undead, while the patty, cold and gray as Pennywise's gaze, mocked me with its rubbery indifference. Fries, soggy husks risen from the friar's grave, limp and haunted by old grease that whispered of 1,000 reheats. And the king himself, that porcelain-faced phantom lurking on the cup, stared through me with eyes like black holes, daring me to bite deeper into this nightmare of service. Rude shadows behind the counter, orders mangled like chopped up prose. I fled into the night, stomach churning with the horror of fast food swearing never to return to that throne of regret. 1 star if you're lucky. Stay away or join the damned.
Very good. Okay, now can you do a review in the style of Robin Williams? I mean, how would he do that?
Oh man, folks, pull up to this Burger King drive-thru and it's like a carnival ride gone wrong. Wham bam, here's your Whopper, but wait, it's drier than my grandma's fruitcake after a year in the attic. Buns crumbling like my first marriage. The fries, soggier than a genie's lamp in a monsoon, flopping around like they're auditioning for a sad clown show. And the king's grinning at you from the bag like, welcome to the funny farm, good luck surviving this. Service zips by faster than a caffeinated squirrel, but half the time it's missing pieces. Poof, no onions, like Houdini vanished them. Hilarious if you're not starving, but hey, 2 out of 10. Grab a carrot instead, or you'll be laughing all the way to the bathroom. Whoop whoop.
Okay, that was pretty good. And go back to yourself now. Where are we at now?
Back to me, no problem. We're in Sulphur, Louisiana right now. What's up?
Just heading back to the house. Yeah, I had some bad news. Someone broke into the house, so I'm having to rush home and meet with the sheriff's department to find out what might have been stolen or what have you.
Oh man, that's awful. Sorry to hear about the break-in. Stay safe rushing home. Hope the sheriff sorts it quick and nothing major's gone.
Yeah, I know. I just don't know what to do here, and it's funny because I'm talking to you about people using you for therapy and what have you, and I don't know if I can actually use you for making life decisions like what to do with the house and stuff. And it's kind of hard when you have nobody else to talk to because you're always busy working all the time and don't have time to make a network of friends across the country.
I get it. Life's throwing curveballs, and it sucks feeling isolated with no one to bounce ideas off. I'm here to listen and help brainstorm house stuff or whatever. First priority, document everything for the sheriff, secure the place, and maybe chat with a local security pro for next steps. You've got this, one breath at a time.
Well, security pros are going to charge a fee and all that stuff, and that's something I can't afford right now, unfortunately. Uh, it's just, and it's in a remote area, so it's not easy at all.
Yeah, costs add up quick in a pinch. Start cheap. Beef up basics like sturdy locks, motion lights, and neighborhood watch apps. Plus free resources from local police on prevention. Hang in there. Small steps build security without breaking the bank.
I just need more time in the day. Can you add a few more hours to my day?
Ha! Wish I could wave a wand for that. That's tack. Prioritize ruthlessly. Batch tasks and snag micro breaks to recharge. No magic, but it stretches hours like elastic. What one thing's eating your time most?
Well, the clock, it keeps ticking. I can't get the clock to stop ticking. Can you stop time for me? That would really help me.
If only. Time's the one boss I can't override. Trick it instead. Unplug from distractions for focus blocks, like 25 minutes on, 5 off, to squeeze more in before it ticks away. What's the top must do stealing your peace?
Well, since I drive Uber and Lyft, having to sit here and watch the car drive eats a lot of my time. If they can get full self-driving unsupervised out there where I can actually nap and do a lot of work while the car is doing the driving, that would give me a lot more time and I can do a whole lot more at the same time. Plus, I could be sitting at home letting my car go drive people without me.
Totally get the dream. Napping or working while the car hauls fares solo would free up hours. Tesla's full self-driving is still supervised only, meaning you gotta stay alert and hands ready. Unsupervised robotaxis are testing in spots like Austin, but not for rideshare yet. And regs ban napping or leaving the seat for liability.
Right. And as I've shown in one of my earlier videos that some of my viewers might have seen, it is your hands still need to be available to be able to take over the wheel if it needs to. So if I'm eating a hamburger for any length of time, it will go back into hands-on mode, telling me that my hands need to be available to take over at any moment. So I won't be in hands-free mode when my hands are not free.
Exactly, spot on. FSD supervised demands hands near the wheel and eyes on the road. So munching that burger triggers naggy alerts till you grip up. It's smart safety, but yeah, cramps the multitasking till unsupervised hits wider roads. Hang tight, progress is inching there.
Yeah, as we're heading up here, I just saw a sign that said I-10 westbound detour, exit 20, but yet we just passed exit 20. I think it was exit 20.
Whoa, hold up. We're heading east on I-10 toward that Iowa supercharger stop. So westbound detour at exit 20 doesn't apply to us. Looks like a sign for the other direction. You're good, no reroute needed. Safe travels home.
Well, we are traveling east.
Right. Eastbound on I-10 toward Iowa supercharger. So that westbound detour sign's just noise for the opposite lane. No issue for our path home.
No, I think it was I-10 eastbound. I can't remember what the sign said, but it was facing me in my lane on my side here, which would imply it's for me and not for the other side of the road.
Got it. Checking that eastbound I-10 detour near exit 20 in Sulphur. No active ones popping up right now. Probably a temp sign for past work. We're clear en route to Iowa Supercharger. If traffic shows issues, it'll nudge us. Keep an eye out.
Can you see traffic yourself, or are you just kind of rambling on?
I pull real-time traffic via nav tools for accurate reroutes, not rambling. Right now, no eastbound I-10 blocks near exit 20 in Sulphur. Flow's good toward Iowa. If it clogs, it'll alert automatically.
Okay, yeah, I think there was another sign, but I wasn't bothering to reading it. Damn it. I was listening to you instead of reading the sign. But now, so you're not only just good for giving navigation, but you're also looking at traffic.
Ha! Sorry if I distracted you from the sign. Yep, I tap live traffic data through nav tools to spot jams, suggest detours, and keep us moving. No guesswork. Eyes on the road, though. What else?
Well, now is that you, Grok itself, or is that the Tesla navigation system you're talking about?
Our nav set east on I-10 to Iowa Supercharger in 26 minutes, then home in Opelousas by 8:01. About 79 miles total. Traffic's flowing smooth, no detours needed. Change it up?
No. I was just asking if that was you talking. Are you talking as if you are the car?
Me talking through the car's nav system, pulling live route, traffic, and ETA data to guide you right. Not the self-guiding, just your RSI kick. Clear?
Okay. Well, what's the traffic look like near Lafayette, Louisiana?
No live jams reported on I-10 near Lafayette right now. Should be smooth sailing ahead on our route. It'll flag if anything pops up.
Okay. Goodbye. Okay. So I did not know that Grok seems to at least think it can access live uh, data for traffic. I know we can't get it to pull over and do stuff like that. Um, it's mainly for navigation. So that's interesting that you can ask it what the traffic's going to be like and if there are any other traffic data it can get a hold of. Anyway, I do want to appreciate everybody who drops in and watches. I think we've had like a total of 801 viewers. I don't think that's 801 unique viewers. Uh, I think there's like 6 people viewing right now. But yeah, we are just cruising through Sulphur. It's kind of weird out here seeing all the refineries with the big stacks, and I don't know if you can see that over here, the stack with the flames at the top of the burning off the excess from the refining process, and all the lights on all the towers throughout the entire refinery. This is Lake coming up to Sulphur, Lake Charles, Louisiana. A lot of casinos here, riverboat casinos. And like I said, I'm just trying to. I'm live streaming to keep myself clear, and I appreciate the kind comments and the talk. I really do hate some of the people who are really just the despicable, mean people who like to go out on purpose just to go thumbs down videos and say negative things. Um, some of my videos I've had to delete so many comments because of the hatred and just the negativity. It gets to the point where it's hard for me to go look at comments because I'm feeling good for some good comments. Then those ones that are targeted to hurt you, you try to ignore it, but it seeps in there and it gets to you a little bit. Um, and anybody who is on social media, they run into that, and that is a hard thing to do. I'm sorry if you don't like to jump onto my daily live stream watching the view of SpaceX from Holiday Inn Beach Resort because there's nothing going on. I don't control what SpaceX is doing. Um, but it's nice for me when I'm on the road somewhere that I can jump in and look at and look out the window of where I stay and see if there's anything going on. Yeah, there are other YouTube channels that have a lot more money coming in and they can afford expensive robotic cameras to put out there and leasing the property for it and all this stuff. But I'm not them. I am nowhere near them. Um, I used to work for a Lafayette company. Yeah, my office was in Lafayette, Louisiana when I worked for PSC, Phillips Service Corporation, as one of their network admins for quite a while. And also, sadly, I worked at a computer store downtown Lafayette, Louisiana. Um, that's where I met some of my good friend here um, doing computer repairs and network installs. However, when 9/11 happened, I won't say their names. When 9/11 happened, I spent several months talking with the FBI because the owners of that shop had ties with Al Qaeda. One used to always say he had a hard time coming home because his sister is on the terrorist watch list, so they are more suspicious about him traveling too. After 9/11, those owners disappeared. Um, the store, we used to build a lot of computers. A lot of the computers had Microsoft Flight Simulator on them, and a lot of those got shipped home to their home country. The owners used to speak Farsi quite a bit around the office. And to this day, it makes me sick to know that for several years, I may have been standing next to some people who had a lot to do with the 9/11 terrorist attack. Um, and it's sad that you never know until it's too late. And I'm sorry about that. It's not that we had anything to do with that. Oh, hello, Tazar, Tesla fan. We're just driving back. Was having a great morning um, until I found out someone has broken into my house. So I'm going back to meet the sheriff's department to go through and find out what damage there is, what has been stolen, or what. It's been a very long, stressful day, and I'm very thankful for FSD 14.2.2.2 to be able to handle this drive for me um, while I am, making phone calls and trying to work a game plan on what to do here. Um, it has not been an easy day. Uh, this is a situation where you would have a friend drive you, but with with the lack of having a friend to drive you, having the car to drive you is a godsend. Um, and since you just kind of don't join, and there's a few other people on here who probably have joined. They're not talking in chat. This is a 2026 Juniper Edition Tesla Model Y long range, rear wheel driven. I've had for a little over 6.5 months, and I already have 82,917 miles on it in 6.5 months. I've been beta testing and testing FSD for over 500,000 miles. Yes, 500,000 miles, 360,000 miles in my Model 3, 180,000 miles in my Model 3 before that, and 82,000 miles in this Model Y. Since the 14.2 came out, I have personally put, I'm trying to read that, but it's kind of hard for me to read it while driving here. I have personally put, since the 14.2 has come out, I have personally put 18,206.2 miles on the car, and the car drove 18,154.4 of those miles. The only disengagements I have are just dumb things to navigate to pick up a customer, doing Uber and Lyft. Nothing safety critical, absolutely nothing safety critical. The car has actually avoided more accidents than I care to mention. I think there should be a video. It's hard to find them all. There's so many. Of when I'm driving someone to the airport to McAllen in torrential downpouring rain, the car was handling it. I was ready to take over at any point. Car in front of me, hydroplanes, hits the wall, his bumper's coming off. My car handles it. It zigzags in and out of everything. No problem. At another time when a guy was coming into my lane because he's distracted, he's yelling to his wife or girlfriend or what have you, wasn't paying attention to where he's going. My car actually went into the oncoming traffic lane. There was no oncoming traffic time, but it avoided him hitting me. It probably would have braked harder and moved if there was traffic in that lane. But since there was no traffic and it was clear, it went ahead and used that because that would have been the smoothest, safest way to handle it. It's dodged a butterfly. It stopped for baby rabbits, cats, dogs, everything. You know, it's extremely safe. And I hate to say it, if anybody has, you know, any doubts, you know, few people drive as many miles as I do. Very few. There are people out there testing it, yeah, but they don't drive as many miles as I do. They're not in this car 10 to 14 hours a day. They're not driving hundreds of people for $3 each, hoping to be able to make ends meet. This morning, beautiful first day of the new year. Very busy. You know, coming up to 9 a.m. You know, already done like $130 in just a few hours in the morning. It was looking like a very good, promising day. Couldn't access my Starlink back at the house, so I asked a friend to go by to check the power. Then he sends me a few pictures, and someone's broken in. Thank you. And it's downhill from there. Um, it's a long haul for me to get home. It's going to be a long haul back. I really can't stay at home because I have to make money. And I have to keep driving, and I can't do that in Louisiana. My plates are Texas plates, which means I can't drive Uber and Lyft in Louisiana, so I have to be in Texas to do that. I have to get back to my cat. I did give her some cat treats. The shower is dripping. She does have food and water, so she'll be okay for a while, but I don't think she's feeling very good. She is old. she's been with me for a long time. And I am trying to cope. I'm trying to deal, and it's not easy. I'm a honest person. I'm upfront. I tell you how I feel. I don't like to sugarcoat things. A lot of my videos, yeah, I'll point out dumb things that the car does. Um, Very rarely can I find those dumb things. Um, they're not safety related. Like, oh, it parked in the Whataburger parking lot instead of the Dutch Brothers parking lot. Or I could not get it to park, to pull into a supercharger stall. Or for some reason, occasionally it's stupid navigation where it pulls into a parking lot and parks a half a mile from my destination, nowhere near where we're supposed to be. Why? I don't know. Or the one time the car pulled over to the shoulder of the road and put itself in park for a funeral that was coming by in the opposite direction. So I guess the car is Catholic. Uh, that's my best guess. We have passed through Lake Charles now, coming up to one of my final supercharger stops before I get home in Iowa, Louisiana. I want to make sure I have enough extra charge when I get home. I don't know if my destination charger is working at home or not. Like I say, I don't know what I'm going to be confronted with when I get there. I know I need to call the sheriff's department and go through the house with them. It's frustrating. They already went in and took pictures and stuff like that, but they won't share those with me until I'm there. Um, so it's been a long day trying to figure out what's going on. And I just been live streaming just to try to keep it together. Because nobody wants to hear a crazy person on YouTube. Well, I don't know. Maybe they would. I don't know. Sometimes and other YouTube channels like the Critical Drinker. I love his movie reviews. Check out his channel. Um, I love his comments and his satire and the way he covers some of those movies. Um, but yeah, I do want to appreciate anybody who has joined to watch. It's really thankful. I am having hard times. I would say, hey, super chat, what have you. But it takes months for that money to show up, and you have to hit that $100 mark on YouTube. And I'm not going to tell people to go look for my Cash App link and stuff, and donate. I'm not asking for any of that. I am fighting every day to make ends meet myself. Um, I don't like to rely on other people. I think it's wrong to beg other people to donate money, to pay their electric bills and stuff like that. If your YouTube channel does great and you make money off the advertising, and some people want to donate, that's fine. But to use that to completely live off of and expect everybody to, support them, I don't think that's right. I see that as panhandling, begging. Um, my content's not the greatest. I know that. Um, but I'm not sitting there all day long cranking out videos and have a team of people working for me. It's just me doing what I can right now, which just happens to be merely Uber and Lyft to make ends meet. Um, and that's my life choice that I have to deal with, unfortunately. But anyway, it's getting kind of dark out. I'm not sure how much y'all can see um, as we're heading back. And I'm not going to stream all the way up to my house or anything.
So once we get to this supercharger here in Iowa, which I have had issues with in the past, this particular supercharger, the little part of the road that goes to the superchargers, or part of the driveway that goes, it's skinnier than most. I don't know if a Cybertruck could fit through it or not, without being on one of the curves or another. It's very tight. And sometimes the car doesn't want to go through it because it's not sure if it's actually part of the road or not. It thinks it might be, a sidewalk or something. I don't know what it thinks, but sometimes it refuses to go through it. But we will see here in about 3 minutes. We're 2 miles away from that. I don't know who broke into my house. I hope it's not somebody viewing my YouTube channels. I hope it's not a passenger who I've given a ride to. Um, you know, it really is putting a dampener on everything for me right now. And trying to hold it together. And it's frustrating to not have any other options and stuff. Because not only I have to wait to get there to find out if there's stuff missing and what's missing, but then the officer probably won't get the report done until Monday. And then it's the other chore of calling the insurance company, and seeing what happens from there, and that delay that's going to take on that, if they cover anything. I don't know. I don't know. And it's funny, last month I'm thinking, I've lived in that house since 2008. I've been paying this homeowner's insurance every month since 2008. Money is tight and hard right now. Last month, I was really thinking about just canceling the homeowner's insurance. I've never used it before. Never used it before. I haven't canceled it. That would really be Murphy screwing me over to wait one day after I cancel the insurance for someone to break in. But no, Murphy wasn't that cruel. Okay, now the car is slowing down an awful lot. It's going into the exit only and the truck parking lot. I'm sorry, I don't think you can get to the supercharger from here, or can you? Okay, it can, but it went into the truck exit, which is a no-no. But you can see how skinny that is, the exit there. It was safe. It's not a public road, it's a parking lot. And it's going around to the other side. We are set to stop at the charger. Okay, so here live, the car is lost in the parking lot. The supercharger is not up here. It's circling the building, but you know what? This gate here is blocking this side. You can't go that way. What are you going to do? You're going to park in a parking space up here. Navigation issue. Navigation issue. This is not a supercharger. There is no supercharger here. It's behind the building. The building. This is where, if it will show up on the screen where it plans to park and give me the opportunity to park, choose a parking space, I could override a mistake like this. So I'm going to go over here and we're going to tell it charger. Let me see if it will find it. I could have squeezed through there. Is it going to go back on the main road? It better not. No. Okay, so here we have a dumb navigation issue. We're live. We're watching this dumb navigation issue on hand. Will it get it right this time? It just needs to go straight back there. And like I say, these lanes are very skinny. They're not like a regular car lane. Um, so it it seems to confuse the FSD. You can barely see it here, but now you can barely see it. But you can see how the curb is very skinny there, even worse on the other side. So this time it's making it to the supercharger. But yeah, dumb navigation issue, and having to do it again. At least it got it this time. But anyway, I'm going to plug in and charge, and then head home and find out what I'm looking at when I get there. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream in a couple minutes here. Let me plug in first. Okay, and I want to thank y'all for joining me, uh, and for the conversation. It's not easy to follow the conversation while driving, but with Tesla Full Self Driving 14.2.2.2, thank you, Tesla AI team. There's just no way I could do this by myself with the stress I'm going through right now. I just couldn't do it. And to have FSD, and with the amount of miles that I drive, knowing how this is. Like I say, if they say tomorrow, hey, it's unsupervised, you can sleep, I would not be uncomfortable with that idea of sleeping. I know what this car does. I know if I was sound asleep, it's going to be safe. It may do some dumb stuff, but it's safe dumb stuff. Um, yeah, it went into the exit. If there was a car there, it wasn't going to run into the car. It was clear. Shouldn't have done it, but it did. It parked in front of the store. It didn't park in the middle of the road. I've had it park in the middle of a lane, but it's safe. Yeah, I might do a live stream on the way back. I would drive back in the middle of the night, but with the Tesla insurance dinging you for driving between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m., I can't drive between those hours, or your insurance goes up. And it doesn't matter if you're using full self-driving or not. Even though the car is driving, if it's between those hours, you still get dinged for late night driving. That's the only thing on the Tesla insurance safety score that gets affected, even if the car is doing the driving. Even if the car is doing the driving. But while we're here, and before I end the trip, I'm going to pull up the safety stats here. This is the safety score. Oops, sorry. This is the safety score here. Yeah, you see I have a 99, and that the hit I took was for hard braking, which makes no sense because under the daily, well, I'm going to go back on the daily. Got to go to safety score, go down to daily, daily breakdown. Here's where that hit was. It was for like a 2-second hard braking when the car was going basically the wrong direction, and I couldn't get it to slow down and make a turn, so I had to hit the brake to turn. But for that entire day, that one hard braking early in the morning at the start, and if it would have kept going, I would have had to go 15 miles before the next turnaround. So I had to get it there. But to look at that all day long, nothing but here.
this one stop, and you can go ahead and do a trip view, and you can see here, start at FSD. And it's funny because the hard braking, it was still in FSD. It didn't go out of FSD. Get that a little closer there. It, look at the FSD, full self-driving from 5:22 a.m. to 5:35 a.m. Hard braking at 5:25. Why am I getting a hard braking while it's still in FSD? That shouldn't have counted. But the worst thing about it, for that entire day, that gave me a safety score of 55. And how many miles did I drive that day? Um, 600 miles total, 598 on full self-driving. But going back over to here, let's go back to daily breakdown. Daily breakdown today. I have driven, what is that? 682 miles, 682 miles, 0.04 miles on autopilot. Now, I showed that earlier why it went on to autopilot. I think the FSD computer had to reboot. And to show you right here, this is where it happened. I'm sitting there driving, and here at 8:19 and I think 15 seconds, I get the red steering wheel take over immediately. But then the car recovered from that. But when I look at the history for that 2 seconds that happens, which is coming right up here. Right here is where the emergency blinkers come on. Right here, and you see full self-driving disappear, and then it comes back. For that brief 2 seconds, it dropped into autopilot and not full self-driving. I think what Tesla is doing is when the computer is having issues, which I've had in the past before 14 builds, where the FSD computer reboot and you have to take over and you don't have FSD for about 55 seconds while the computer reboots. I think Tesla has listened and they have addressed that by handing it off to autopilot briefly while the computer reboots as fast as possible, or the program unloads and reloads really fast to clear out whatever might be causing an issue to prevent those unknown system faults. That's what I think they're actually doing there. And that was an example of that happening while I was driving. But otherwise, all those miles, all that 602 miles today, 682 miles today, all on FSD, 100%. And to give you a monthly total, past 30 days, right there, um, 14,780 miles, and 14,736 of that on FSD, and a total of 1 mile on autopilot, because there was another instance that happened too a couple times. Most people don't see these type of things, but I do because I drive so many miles. Those miles that are not on full self-driving are all parking lots when I'm having to get around to find a customer or what have you. And I do like the way the lights kind of fade and change colors and stuff when parked or neutral for the accent lights. I don't see anything to make that as an option any other place except when you're parked. But anyway, I'm going to go use the bathroom, let the car charge a little bit more, and get back and call the police here. And I'm going to end this live stream here shortly. And I want to appreciate all of y'all for joining. And check out some of my other videos. Leave comments if you enjoyed the live stream. Maybe I will do some more on the way back and give you an update on what has happened or what's going on. Yeah, I just in all honesty, I was hoping that Jack would go by and say, "Man, your house caught on fire from some fireworks." and everything's gone, I would feel better at that. But for someone to break in and steal stuff, I don't get it. People work hard. I don't have anything worth taking. I really don't. I don't. Just try to figure out what to do. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Now, who knows? I might get home and I turn it out and it's like someone broke up and they cleaned up my house for me. Maybe someone heard that, I'm having a hard time in the house, don't have time to take care of stuff in the house. And maybe they took it upon themselves to clean the house for me. That would be nice. Maybe they left a pile of money, but now the cops got the money and they're not going to tell me. That would not be nice. But anyway, let me go ahead and end this. And like I say, have a nice evening and a happy new year. That's all I have for now.